Alright, another day. And I'm still sick. Also, this game pauses whenever you click outside the window, so be prepared for that. This is the third time I played this game, I think. Might be the fourth, but I think I've only finished it twice. Not sure. I don't really remember what I think about it overall. Let's see. I'm still not entirely decided what to play in the game though. Luckily, I'm a little bit less sick today, so reading is probably gonna be okay. Because there's a lot of text in this game and it's not voice acted. Only some of it is, but very little. Hello, Okep. Will you be female or male? Female first. That is a conscious choice.
Your mind wakes in darkness. Aching cold sets into an unfamiliar body. A distant howling surrounds you, louder with each passing second. Insistent and invisible hands slap and tear at the membrane that protects you. Your first emotion is an involuntary and formless panic. You feel you have forgotten something important, as if it once meant the world to you, but the details slip away as you grasp at them. You force your eyes open.
Look around.
A white-pink fleshy cocoon surrounds you. Even as you look, a minor rent in its side tears open, and the howling wind forces its way inside. The cocoon rips away, gone before you can grab it, spinning you into a dizzying tumble. You are falling, the world many kilometers beneath you. You catch a glimpse of a curved horizon, and also the ground beneath you that is approaching deceptively quickly. Above you, a small moon is slowly collapsing in upon itself. A corona of acid green and black energy playing around its edges. The wind buffets you and burns your eyes, but you don't need to see the details of the faraway ground to know you're in serious trouble. You won't survive a fall from this stratospheric height. A part of your frantic mind babbles that technically you probably fell from a thermospheric height. You struggle to stay focused as the ground rushes toward you.
Dive toward the ground.
Put your hands to your sides and you slice through the air. The wind tears at your face and scalp, and your skin burns under the tremendous speed. Your vision blurs, and you are unable to judge how far you've fallen.
Keep diving, the faster the better.
A phrase whispers itself into your mind. Terminal velocity. You have reached the limit of the speed the air will grant you, and now that you enter the lower reaches of the atmosphere, you can feel it thickening around you, and miraculously you are slowing from the frenzied descent. Slow is a relative term. You knife through the air, piercing its veils, and you have no time for the poetry of falling. This realization drives itself home as you strike an unyielding surface. As your skin explodes and your organs liquefy on impact, a brief thought flashes through your mind. Your life was utterly and completely meaningless.
I love that start. I just had to do it. Credits roll. Game over. Most of your body is splattered across the ground. Your sole legacy to the world is a small crater near Sings Cliffs. Alright, let's try again. Let's try again.
Your mind wakes in darkness. Aching cold sets into an unfamiliar body. A distant howling surrounds you, louder with each passing second. Insistent and invisible hands slap and tear at the membrane protects you. Your first emotion is an involuntary and formless panic. You feel you have forgotten something, something important, as if it once meant the world to you, but the details slip away as you grasp at them. You force your eyes open. A white-pink fleshy cocoon surrounds you. Even as you look, a minor rent in its side tears open, and the howling wind forces its way inside. The cocoon rips away, gone before you can grab it, spinning you into a dizzying tumble. You are falling, the world many kilometers beneath you. You catch a glimpse of a curved horizon, and also the ground beneath you that is approaching deceptively quickly. Above you, a small moon is slowly collapsing in upon itself. A corona of acid green and black energy playing around its edges. The wind buffets you and burns your eyes, but you don't need to see the details of the faraway ground to know you're in serious trouble. You won't survive a fall from this stratospheric height. A part of your frantic mind babbles that technically you probably fell from a thermospheric height. You struggle to stay focused as the ground rushes toward you.
Look at the horizon.
You are spinning too rapidly to get a good look. You can see a large landmass, a vast body of water directly below you, and scattered archipelagos, but the detail eludes you. A deep black night is above you, its nocturnal clarity disappearing as the haze of atmosphere envelops you.
Try to remember what happened.
It's hazy. You were in a tall passageway, its sides slicked with dew, the air warm and moist, as if you were caught in the breath of a giant organism. You remember fleeing in fear and exhilaration, laughing through the terror. What was it that pursued you? Something ancient and cold, its coiling power the promise of oblivion. Its shadowed tendrils struck at you, and the walls where they landed were torn apart utterly, destroyed beyond any hope of repair. You leapt into a membranous cocoon and fell from the station, the moon. And then you were empty. But who were you? What was that creature? A word surfaces in your thoughts, and you seize it before it vanishes. Sorrow. The world fills your sight. You're about to hit.
Lie flat to catch the wind.
You manage to stabilize yourself, but the air howls and whips around you, and the bay under your feet is larger by the moment.
Look around.
You see a small glassy dome inside the littered bay, two figures outside it. One of them points his arm at you and a riot of colors tangles your fall, slowing you, but not enough. You crash into the building, and as your consciousness winks out, you hear the sounds of the structure collapsing around you, and then darkness.
Jumbled thoughts cloud your head as you study the empty bowl before you. Drops of liquid fall from the ceiling, spattering the ground next to the bowl. The light from every drop is reflected in the bowl's rounded hollow, as if it hungers for that light, and needs to be filled. Yet the bowl remains dry. Another drop falls from the ceiling and splashes across the pylons, wasted. Examine the bowl. You trace your fingers over the slippery, overlapping scales that spiral up from the bottom of the bowl. The sharp-toothed rim plucks at your skin. It's going to be tricky to move this bowl without slicing your fingers on the edge. You might have to put some effort into it. Reflected light streaks across the surface of the bowl as another droplet falls from the ceiling. Might carefully move the bowl beneath the liquid. Fine, I'll read the tutorials. You've encountered your first task. You have 3 stat points, or 3 stat pools, might, speed, and intellect, that you can spend to increase your chances of success. This is called using effort. To more easily move the bowl in front of you, use your mouse to spend might for a higher level of effort. Don't worry if you fail this task. In Torment, failure often results in interesting outcomes. So yeah, I don't think you can fail this one, but this is how the system works here. You have like 1 free point here, And if you just do that, you have a 60% chance. And here you can see your modifiers. I've investigated the bowl, it made it easier. And you can also have, like, it depends on what the task is, right? Like if you're smashing something and you have 2 points in smashing, you get plus 45% chance or something. 30% chance, I think. And these are daily. If you rest, you recover them, but you can also recover them using items and stuff. And you also get more points the higher level you are. What happens if we fail? Don't think you can fail here. You carefully take hold of the bowl, avoiding the teeth on the serrated rim. With a deep breath, you move it over the glowing pool of fallen light. Drop by drop, the bowl fills, ripples spreading over the blurred outline of your reflection. A pale blue luminescence stretches into the corners of the room. A clear radiance spills across the segmented floor, washing away the nearest shadows and pouring into your mind, melting the ragged edges of your fragmented thoughts. You are not whole, not yet, but you have begun to heal from the damage done in your long fall. A voice calls out from somewhere high above, beyond the reaches of the spreading light. Hello? Are you still alive down there? We're up here. Build a path up to us and be careful. The rippling surface of the bowl shines with its own light. Overturn the bowl. When you touch it, you feel a strange tightness in your head and soon discover that the bowl is far too heavy to move now. Even the attempt makes your arms ache and temples throb. Metal waves roll over the floor below, sending vibrations through the soles of your boots. As soon as you touch the orb, a memory floods your mind. You stand in front of a rusted door. The air is humid and dank. You've had a moment's respite from this waterlogged hell. A bubble of stale air your resting point. You've breathed water before and you've lived decades beneath the water, but this body is an air breather, and the constant pressure has been crushing you ever so subtly. Worse, your companion's mind seems to be wandering from the task at hand. He's a genius with machines, as you well know, but now he seems distracted. The device in his hands is covered in knobs, wires, and antennas. He believes it can get the two of you through the corroded door, but he is merely staring at it. Perhaps he's lost faith in his invention, but that is hardly your concern. This mission cannot be delayed. It must proceed. Deceive him by telling him that you've heard sounds of pursuit. Threaten him until he returns to the task at hand. This is taking too long. Cast a spell, an esoteric, to fix the device yourself. Let's do that. Hold on. You mumble a few words, drawing power from the air around you until a solution appears in your mind. You snatch the device from his hands, rewire it, and shove it back at him. "Oh," he says, examining your work. "Sorry, I was trying to improve the thing." He waves the device at the door, and the stale air of your bubble freshens as the door swings open. A dark hallway lies beyond, a passage that links the water-bordered cells and the aquatic viewing areas. What you seek lies there. Moments later, you're underwater again, your hands closing around a strange yet familiar artifact. You need it to complete something. It hovers above a pedestal, rotating in the dark water, and an electric current runs through your fingers as your hand crosses the vertical plane of the pedestal, and an iridescent field coalesces so fast that the wave of pressure dazes you for a moment. The rising pulse of a sonar alarm ripples through the water. The guards won't be far now. Disable the sonar pulse. You focus on the cloudy base of the pedestal. Your fingers instinctively find the control panel for the jeweled force field, almost as if you had built it in the first place. You remove it, casting it to the side, and you reach inside to deactivate the crystals that power both the pulse and the pedestal. As you remove them, a scaly hand falls on your shoulder. Your head whips around and you see only the inky blackness of a Piscean eye. Memory begins to fade as if you were being drawn backward through a tunnel, and you hear more pylons rising from the pit. Something is wrong. The events within the orb have settled into that gap in your mind, but the edges of it are rough, as though the memory itself is not truly yours. There's something else, a gust of sour air pulling at you like a predator inhaling the scent of its prey at the far end of a dark, whispering field. This mirror looks strange, as though what you see in it is real and you're the reflection. The light around the door's frame dims and flares like a roaring fire in a high wind. No sign or symbol tells you what might be behind this enormous door. A dull chill radiates from its bronzed, segmented surface, and the thick metal wheel seems frozen into place. Countless scratches and wounds mar the surface of this door. Someone made a great effort to get inside, to no avail. You stand beside a woman on a verdant crag. Beneath the two of you is a broad plateau towering above the overgrowth far below. Strange machines have been built into the cliffside, presumably for reconnaissance or defense. A metallic disc gleams from the center of the plateau. Your self-aware humanoid machines drill into the base of the cliffs below. If you were looking for sanctuary, and you were, desperately, this seems like the right place. I don't know about this, the woman says, her voice flat, neutral. Her face is turned away from you. What makes this place any more secure than the others we've found? Draw her attention to the hidden details that your more experienced eye can clearly see. Use your charm to persuade her of the merits of the site and to remind her of the time constraints. Convince her with the wisdom of your superior intellect. Draw attention to the hidden details that your more experienced eye can clearly see. You shade your eyes against the bright sun so that you can point out the thin bands radiating out from the metallic disc. How the energy from those bands affects the local fauna, suggesting an enormous source of prior world energy. She thinks deeply. It's geologically sound. Have you run the sounding samples and checked the strata? No major caverns or weaknesses showed up on your resonance scans. She waits for your affirmation and says, "Alright, I'm convinced. The two of you sketch your plans for the sanctuary, drawing schematics and architectural diagrams. Then you descend onto the plateau to examine the open ground." The woman suggests having one of the servitors build a shelter for your time here. You try to draw one of the constructs away from its task, but it doesn't respond to your voice. When you lay a hand on its shoulder to reinforce your command, it whirls and strikes you across the face with inhuman speed. It turns back to its task, ignoring you. Your companion helps you rise, laughter in her eyes. It seems your construct has other ideas. What's the matter with it? Examine the construct. Look for a deeper solution. Perhaps it's an effect of the metallic disc itself. A mist falls onto the plateau as you wrap a fiber-shielding mesh around the construct's skull. The mesh powers up, protecting the construct's mind from any trans-dimensional emissions that might be in the area. Taking a deep breath, you repeat your command. Acknowledged, it obediently trundles to the site of your new shelter. The image freezes, then fades, and you feel the memory filling the gap in your mind, block by jagged block. You stagger, clutching your head, reclaiming your memory's hurts. And once more there's something else. Hairs lift, one by one on the back of your neck. Something beyond this room can sense what you are doing, and is hunting you. A vision of the city springs up around you. Your city in flames and under attack. Her defenders have fought and died all day, and still the attackers keep coming. They fight as if your destruction were demanded of them. They care nothing for mercy, surrender, or plunder. What they want is blood. But you have brought a keen-eyed companion to the top of the tower. She has seen the way to stop the invaders. You need to get her to safety, and you need to rally your defenders. But even as you turn toward the door of the tower, two of the attackers descend from a hovering machine. You don't have time to strike at them before they land. One is brutally large, his weapon a vibrating axe. The other is slim, sheathed in glassy armor and holding a hilt with a sizzling, invisible blade. Your companion backs away. She is too young to help. Your enemies advance single file, confined by the parapet. Fight defensively and figure out who presents the greater threat. The memory seems clear. The giant is menacing, it's true, but the invisible blade of his companion is more worrisome still. The energy field that flickers and wavers around it suggests that she can carve matter at the molecular level, tearing pieces of her target into nothingness. If you're to save yourself, your best bet is to tackle her first. She is stuck behind the giant, waiting her turn to attack you, unable to bring her weapon to bear until he's out of the way. But it's clear that she expects him to handle you, and her eyes rove behind you, her focus on your ward. She is certainly not expecting you to dive between the giant's legs and come up inside her guard. She can't bring her blade to bear in time, and you drive your dagger up under her chin. You catch her before her deadly blade drops onto you and spin her around. The weapon slashes into the giant and he topples, bisected. The immediate threat ended, you focus on finding a way back to your allies. You open the tower door and rush down the stairs. The door at the base of the stairs is slightly cracked, opening just a bit into the hall, and you hear more of the enemy's soldiers beyond. Charge through them, counting on your defenses to protect you. You charge through the dim shadows and burst through the doorway, ramming into the nearest soldier. He falls, and you rebound nimbly off him, only to take a direct hit from his companion's blade. The impact launches you down the hall, just as you'd hoped, though the blows makes your ears ring. You come to your feet and race on, ignoring the mild ache in your chest. Projectiles skip and spark off the walls around you, and you barely feel the single desperate bolt that deflects off your reinforced backblade. Memory begins to fade, and you find yourself back in your own body. Your temples throb with the racing force of your heartbeat, and the reclaimed memories blaze within you, like a bonfire on a mountain peak, visible to every predator for kilometers around. A tremor rocks the floor beneath you, as though a massive fist has struck the room itself. Swaying on your feet, you see frantic movement within the borders of a mirror at the edge of the room. The border of this mirror is lavishly decorated with a dizzying number of interlocked symbols, daggers, masks, paintbrushes, amulets, and more. But that's nothing compared to what you see in the glass. You see a vast crowd of people, exact doppelgangers of you, shoving, arguing with you, and fighting each other. Most are drab imitations of you, but a precious few are vivid, and pull at your attention. Each of them bears an intricate pentagonal tattoo on their head. In their eyes, their actions, you see the memories of you discovered within the orbs, and the choices you made shining like distant stars. Your hand twitches at your side, and though some of the bright doppelgangers ignore you, an even smaller number immediately turn to you, waiting for you to choose them and learn what you might become. A rumble shakes the room, and a slow vibration spreads from the darkness below, rippling towards the ceiling. Now, here it's kind of weird, because I don't think you can get more than one choice here. I think you might get two if you get like an even, like a tie between two archetypes. But the way to do this is just to proceed here. Point at the doppelganger, observing all the others. Sliding around the edge of the unruly crowd, the doppelganger cautions you to silence with a finger at its lips. Together you scan the room and its inhabitants, noting every potential hazard and hearing every drip of strange liquid in the depths beneath your feet. Quietly, the doppelganger waits for your decision. Yes, that is who I am. The remaining doppelgangers scatter for the edges of the mirror and vanish. Your chosen identity steps forward. Its appearance changes as it steps out of the rippling glass. Its face exudes intelligence and confidence. Shadows of several devices shimmer all around it, technology of several kinds, from a myriad of past ages. You get the feeling it, you, would be comfortable with all of it. The word nano sounds in your mind. Gained descriptor observant. Your doppelganger continues walking, stepping into you, filling you, making you whole. Your decision rings out into the cavernous room, awakening and unlocking vast mechanisms behind the walls. Suddenly, a grotesque noise rings through your shared worlds, like a bell if bells could rot. Something is coming. Wait, no, did I fuck up? The mirror fades, leaving a dark, open doorway. You take a deep breath and step through. No, I didn't fuck up. Thank you. Your choices in the memories and the mirror have begun to build your character, but now you have the opportunity to decide on a number of details. First, you can decide to change your type. Type defines the abilities and skills you will be able to acquire as you advance. Now, this is a little bit weird. I'm not a huge fan of how the classes work, really. Stat pools are the source you use to apply effort or activate abilities. You can distribute points as you see fit. Glaives tend to favor might and or speed, while nanos favor intellect. Jacks usually benefit from a balanced set of points. So, and here you get abilities. Scan thoughts, resourceful, adaption, innervate, this is a heal, quantum step, teleport. Let's see here now. Most skills increase your chance of success on specific kinds of actions and tasks, but some give other passive bonuses. Each skill starts at the novice level and can be increased to trained and specialized, granting greater bonuses at each level. Descriptors often leave some skills at the inability level, meaning they inflict penalties. When upgraded, these return to the novice level. So, exploration skills are like extremely limited to all classes except for the Jack. So if you're playing a Nano, you only get lore. That's all you get. And if you play a Glaive, which is a fighter, you get running, endurance, quick fingers, smashing, right? That's all you get. But if you play a Jack, you get to pick from all of it, and things that the others can't pick as well. So the Jack is really just the RP class, So if you really just want to be like an RP god, then the Jack is just the class to play, really. However, I do think the other classes also have special interactions now and then. For example, the Nano can learn to read thoughts, and I don't know. I've never played Glaive. I was thinking of playing Glaive, but I don't know if I really want to play Glaive. That's the thing. It would be nice to see what they have, you know, what they can do, but at the same time, I kind of just didn't want to do it. And I think I want. I want to replay what I played the first time, more or less, which was the Nano. And then here you get pools. I don't know why the descriptor is at the end. It's kind of stupid. Let's just go max intellect. And here you can see what weapons you can use and stuff by default. I think this might be based on my descriptor, the perception and the concentration. Concentration lets you have more artifacts and you don't get negative effects from them. Artifacts basically give you bonus stats and effects. I think you can have 2 equipped, right? Yeah. And perception is perception. Running. I don't think running does anything other than in combat. And the combat in this game is very sparse. It's not bad in combat, absolutely not, but unless you go looking for it, the combat is extremely sparse. Which is why also playing like a weapons guy is kind of like, is it worth it? I don't know, dude. We don't have any weapon abilities. Now we have to pick 2 abilities. Training in cipher use allows you to carry additional ciphers. Ciphers are items. Consumables. Scan thoughts. I want to go with scan thoughts, obviously. And then we have a heal here. Adaptation grants +2 armor per tier, resistance +1 per tier. And tier is level, basically. Teleport 1 ally to a point within range. Let's just go with scan thought and adaptation. We already have a damage ability, single target. Lore machinery. We get 1, I think. Yeah, we only get 1, but let's go with machinery. Yeah. Weapon skill. Only glaives receive training in weapon skills. Descriptor. Although you chose your descriptor from among the many doppelgangers in the mirror, you now have the chance to view the specific bonuses and penalties it grants. You can also examine the effects of other descriptors and choose a new one if you wish. So this is where we get perception and concentration from. Oh. And -1 running. There are tons of different. -1 intellect, persuasion and deception bonus. - willpower. I think, it doesn't say here, but I think willpower is defense against spells or something. Lever, +2 intellect. Cool, which is really good. Minus in mystical training and machinery skill, and we get deception. I don't want that. Don't want to be fast. +2 intellect, one training in anamnesis. Mechanical. +1 concentration and lore. -1 in deception. Observant is just perception and concentration. So we have 1 in concentration by default. I'm just not so sure I'll ever be able to increase concentration. But whatever. I think I know which one I want. Training level in endurance and lore. Persuasion, quick fingers, light weapon. See, here you can get weapon skills. At least a little bit. Even if you're not a glaive. I don't necessarily think this is very good, however, because all of this is just a very overly complicated way to just be able to put stats in whatever you want. Really. Strong. +3 might pool, -2 intellect pool. But if you do this, for example, you can play a nano and have like a lot of might and play with a 200 sword or something. Kind of. You'd have to. No, you can't get rid of the heavy weapons training. And I think swords are speed, most of them. Armor resistance, training level in endurance. +5 health per level. Evasion. Wrathful, heavy weapon skills. Intimidation, smashing. But I want to be intelligent. +2 intellect pool, +1 training level in anamnesis skill. Unfortunately, we lose the concentration, but hey. Last cast off can access the memories of previous consciousnesses. This skill represents your focus and acumen when attempting to recall those experiences. Let's just go with that. Are you sure you wish to proceed? This is your last chance to change last cast off's character type or descriptor. Yes. Everything about this spectral figure seems dreamlike. He is a hazy silhouette who seems to be made of blue glass smoke. He wears stylish, well-cut clothes. His handsome bearded face seems hauntingly familiar, though you have never seen him before. He breathes a sigh of relief when he sees you. We weren't sure that would work. We pooled our strength and channeled it through me to reach you, to wake you up. He glances at the other figures here and frowns unhappily. It took more out of them than we thought. The other reflections, they're more like shadows now. Look, I'll bet you've got a lot of questions. This whole place is basically your mind. Your body's still out there in the real world, healing from that fall. You need to get out there and finish the process. He shrugs. It shouldn't be too hard. Before I met you, it felt like something was hunting me. Do you know what it was? He closes his eyes. That's a memory I don't want to recall. Large, black, furious. It's our death. It's the sorrow. He closes his eyes. I hope it's lost interest in you. If it finds us, we're done for. You said I had to finish the process. What do you mean by that? After you wake up from this dream state and attune to the tides, you'll need to find something called a resonance chamber. Your body should have landed somewhere near it. Just climb inside that and everything will be fine. What's a resonance chamber? I remember pieces about it, but not the whole. It's a crystal sarcophagus. I remember it having 5 mechanical arms around it and a metal ring set in the floor. I think we were aiming for it when we fell. When you open your eyes in the real world, it should be nearby. What do you mean attuned to the tides? Wow, they finally sent my package? I ordered a package last Saturday. They finally mailed it. What is wrong with these people? Tides are like a force, like gravity or magnetism or something, except they respond to people's actions and perceptions. Your body, that is. Your body in the real world needs the tides to survive. It's not something you need to worry about. Your body will attune as it wakes up. I'm gonna see if it's arrived. Nope. I thought that, hey, maybe it was just like a delayed thing. If this places my mind, why don't I remember any of this? Any of you? It's your mind. A construct built to, I don't know, share thoughts? Store your true self. Wait, you know how people say, in the first place? This is definitely the first place of your memory. Well, it was the first place for me anyway. You'd probably know better since it's yours. If you don't remember now, maybe it'll come to you. Who are you? He pauses and looks down at himself, considering a long time before answering. I'm you. I'm a part of your mind, a splinter. I was waiting here for you. We called you with the memories of the others who are here. I don't know what happened next. Who are those other people? You call them reflections. That's what they are. As I said, it's your mind. You'll find reflections of people you knew, people you met in the real world, and with whom you shared some kind of psychic connection. I don't know how or why, it just happens. So, how do I get back to the real world? There's a portal down there. It'll take you back to your body. Just step through it and the whole tides thing should take care of itself. He crosses his arms. When you wake up, find the resonance chamber and activate it. Then we can... What in the hell is that? Gods, it's the sorrow! The sorrow is anchored to those reflections. It's devouring their power. We have to get rid of them, destroy its anchors, or else the sorrow will erase us forever. Crisis initiated. A crisis begins when you enter into a dangerous situation. Crises are turn-based encounters where you can fight, sneak, manipulate the environment, or talk your way out of trouble. I think maybe we'll lower this a bit. It looks high. Each turn you can take one action to attack or activate an ability. You can also make one move. The reflection near you, kill it. You'll loosen the sorrow's anchor. Use left click to attack an enemy, blah 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 blah. Yeah, I think we know that. Alright. Do you think we can kill it with this? +1 damage per effort, max +6. Effort can be applied to attacks to increase your chance to hit, as with other tasks. don't know if the volume is too loud. As with other tasks, each level of effort increases your chances by 20% at the cost of 1 point from a stat pool. Unarmed attacks use speed, but other weapons and abilities may use might or intellect instead. So now we have a 50% chance to hit. It does 5 plus 0 damage. But we can spend 2 points to get 90% chance and 2 more damage. And you can see here, I think it shows like how much damage it's gonna do. Bam! You've already used your action this turn, and you will need to wait until the next turn to deal with it. Yeah. But we can move. What in the? It's escaping. It's going to hide inside your mind. Now run, get to the next one. You can sacrifice your action for the turn to double move instead of attacking. The movement preview line turns purple when over a position that requires a double move. When you apply effort to And here you can see this is how much damage it does. 65% chance, but we can get a 100% hit chance here. And we don't really need any speed anymore. Sorrow infection. What is it doing now? It's infecting it somehow. Fettles are temporary conditions or status effects that can improve or reduce a character's stats. The Sorrow has just placed a fettle on the remaining reflection. You can't remove this fettle, but you can find a way to overcome it. Doesn't really say what it does though. Not sure you can even check. Pick this thing up. Deals 13 physical damage and refills all users' stat pools, might, speed, and intellect. This is a cipher, so this is consumable. To activate an item, left-click on the item's icon in the bar above your portrait, and then click on the character you want to target. Oh. Bam! You pried it loose! That thing is a cancer, an infection. It's unstoppable, but you stopped it. He holds his head in his hands. I can't believe it found us. In here. He looks at you, terror in his eyes. That thing, the Sorrow, it's been hunting you. It's what killed you in the first place. It'll keep hunting you until you activate the resonance chamber. I didn't remember until I saw it, but that's why the chamber is so important. You have to get back and activate the chamber before it's too late. The portal to your body is that shimmering dome there. Go, now! The Sorrow shattered the mirror leading back to the dark fathom. Glass shards hiss when you touch them. The swirling depths flicker with mysteries and powers you cannot define.
Where did he fall from? His body smashed to talc. It's a wonder he's still breathing.
All I saw was the corona, not his origin point. But look, he's healing already. Spontaneous regeneration.
Will you look at... Wait, I know that face. Ugh, what was that? What did you do, Calistige? His tone has become accusatory, suspicious. You open your eyes. The first thing you notice is this man's kaleidoscope of tattoos, writhing across his forearms. He wears a long dark coat, belted at the waist, supplies filling the pockets. His boots are worn and stained with years of travel. You blame me? He emitted an internal physiological reaction in response to the fall, probably related to that fantastic healing process. Obviously, Aligarn. Her voice rolls and hisses, and you have to rub your eyes to be sure that you're not seeing double. Faint echoes of her actions trail from her, each nearly mimicking her, though some act and react to stimuli that you can't perceive. Her vivid hair and outrageous clothing remains constant through these shadows. Oh yes, it's obvious, Calistige. His voice is grim and clipped. Then he sees you looking. You're no ordinary mortal. We know that much. Start talking. His face is hard to see and set. Scan thoughts. He's the changing god. Calistige is deliberately blinding herself, but why? I'm no ordinary mortal? What do you mean? You really don't know. He cocks his head to the side. I'm starting to think you're not him. Starting to think, Aligarn. Tell me, is it a novel experience? Aligarn's being more paranoid than usual. How long must I put up with him? It's his face. I've never seen any other people rebuild themselves like that. Only the changing god could have healed so quickly. He sighs and rubs his face, trying to regain his composure. Maybe you could help me for a change. You know what this means to me. You're familiar with the word changing, Aligarn. It implies inconstancy. Thus the changing god may well have changed. Several versions of her shrug and she addresses you. You'll have to forgive him. He believes you're someone he once knew, even though it's painfully obvious to anyone that you're newly born. Her most solid self curtsies while others bow or spin. I and my sisters am Calistige. This is Aligarn. We are explorers, knowledge seekers. That's how we came to be in this room. If I'm not mistaken, you are what we call a cast-off. The changing god created you, body and mind. Your sire used your body for a time, then abandoned it for reasons of his own. When his mind departed for a new experience, you were born in his cast-off shell. Who is the changing god? Ah, that's something coming from you. She gives him a sidelong glance. The changing god is your sire, dear. He discovered a path to immortality long ago, a means to transfer his self to a new body of his own creation. I don't think he knew, however, that when he abandoned one body, another mind was birthed to fill the void. Oh, he knew all right. He eyes you up and down, coldly. The only thing the changing god cares about is himself. He doesn't give a single thought for those he leaves behind. He sees us as experiments, not humans. Where are we? What is this place? A sanctum of your sire's. The common belief is he has several such places throughout the Ninth World, possibly other worlds as well. We were only just able to gain entry to this one because of your grand entrance. So you say I was born when the changing god left, but why am I not dead? I used a cipher to slow your fall further, but the damage still would have killed an ordinary person. But think about it. If you're the kind of person who can make your body into anything you want, what do? If you've constructed bodies for centuries, you want to make each one better than the last. You want to live forever. You're not going to let your life end by accident. No. You will make strong bodies, fast, powerful. Maybe throw in regeneration while you're at it. The changing god has always been vain. He rarely stays long in a shell that doesn't suit his self-image. She looks you up and down, her smile suddenly unnerving. Perhaps the changing god fled because he didn't want to wear those scars of yours. If the changing god abandoned my body, where is he now? If he abandoned your body, then his consciousness fled to another. He eyes you keenly. Oh, do stop! The look she gives Aligarn is equally piercing, amplified by the withering glares of her sisters. If there's one thing we know about the changing god, dear, it's that he always has a contingency. This child was born here. The object of your obsession will have been reborn somewhere else. Do you know anything about the tides? I've heard that term before, a subject your sire studied in great depth. I'm afraid it isn't my field of inquiry. What was that blast of energy when I woke? As I was telling my colleague, it was obviously a physiological reaction of some kind. I've never witnessed the birth of a cast-off, but yes, it could very well have been caused by your nascent consciousness. Don't worry, I don't believe it caused any real harm. Not to me, at least. Really, you've been more abrasive than ever since we came in here. He shoots her a sidelong glance. She just can't empathize with other people, unless she's experimenting on them. I want to ask about something else. Of course, child, you must be so disoriented. If falling from the sky didn't kill me, is there anything that can? An excellent question. Having seen your regenerative abilities in action, I suspect they are primarily physical, a regrowth. If that's the case, you'd be unable to survive most varieties of psychic or molecular decomposition, disintegration, conflagration, and so forth. Degenerative diseases could pose a problem, and I know of several entities capable of psychic destruction. As she speaks, a vision flashes into your mind. It's not yours exactly. Somehow you know this is a memory of the changing gods. You are in a dark room lit by a myriad of blinking lights and holograms from the many machines surrounding you. What about a body that can withstand the sorrow's attacks? Says a voice. It seems to be coming from one of the machines. No, you reply. The thing has no respect for barriers of any kind, physical, temporal, psychic. This is the only way. With a series of gestures, you bring up an image of a crystalline pod. If the resonance chamber works, it will give us the power to stop the Sorrow's hunt once and for all. We just need the right focal point, a catalyst. The memory fades. Calistige is still talking. You realize that the device you saw in the memory is identical to the one behind you now. It looks just like the Spectre had described it, a transparent sarcophagus inside a crystalline dome, with mechanical arms arrayed around it on a metal ring. Unfortunately, the dome is shattered. The sarcophagus is cracked, and one of the arms is in pieces on the floor. Whatever its function, it clearly needs repair. Or flesh-eating viruses. One presumes this disfigurement by the Iron Wind would likewise be devastating enough to... I think he gets the point, Calistige. Do either of you know anything about the sorrow? I've had my share of sorrows, but never the sorrow. What's that? A disease? Her mouth compresses in a tight line. I know nothing about it. Do either of you know how to fix that crystal chamber there? Aligern chuckles, then, firm and certain, he says, not likely, though it might not be impossible. You need people with the appropriate knowledge. I'm sure the cult of the changing god will hold the answer. Her distaste is evident in the expressions of her echoes, although the face of the one in the lead remains carefully impassive. You turn to the insane to help a newborn. Where's your judgment, Aligern? I would take him to the Order of Truth. The Order of Truth? Are you mad? They would sooner take us apart. What's the Order of Truth? Knowledge seekers. The learned who try to wrest secrets from the hearts of the prior worlds. They gather in the city to exchange their findings and help humanity to build a brighter future. She smiles brightly. Our friend Aligern here was once one of them. Frauds, quacksalvers, and charlatans. They don't have all the answers, and I do not trust them with the changing god's secrets. You're just angry that they couldn't help you with yours. Her echoes tinkle laughter. But I'm being too cruel, dear Aligern. Let us take our new friend to the Order. What's the cult of the changing god? Despite what she says, they're not insane. They're eccentrics. She laughs, but he soldiers on. They're worshippers of, well, of you or your sire, the changing god. They devote their lives to understanding your kind. Calistige, can you take me to the Order of Truth? Of course! Once I provide an introduction to the priests, we'll have your chamber fixed in no time. You'll end up without your clothes and broken in a ditch while she laughs it off as a good experiment. It's probably best I come with you as well. Suspicious as always, Aligarn. Child, the world is an exciting place, but it is full of dangers. Rest assured, one of us will get you safely to where you need to be. I'll be right behind you. A sunny smile crosses her face. I shudder to think what Aligarn might do to the child. Alright then, let's go. You've gained your first companions. They will follow the last cast-off and can be controlled during a crisis. You can speak to them about their pasts and take advantage of their unique abilities and skills. Companions have their own motivations and personalities, and depending on the choices you make, they may not follow you forever. You will find more companions who can join you as you travel through the Ninth World. Take this opportunity to explore your surroundings. You may find items, equipment, and more to assist you. When you are ready, you can leave the Broken Dome using the stairs to the northeast. Hello, son. Gnif, how's it going? I'll be right back. I need to go to the bathroom. My nose is clogged.
We weren't doing anything, right?
You? Whoa. There we go. I can breathe. With my nose. Alright.
Must we dawdle and delay? I thought you were on a mission.
Nah, let's just
Yes.
chill. Broken fragments of the domed ceiling are scattered on the floor. They appear to be made of transparent synth.
It's a plan.
Encephalic Rush heals 3 points of intellect. Fleetfoot Moss heals 3 points of speed. Tiny glowing motes float through the interior of this tower. Each one is surrounded by much smaller motes, like thousands of worlds circling their suns. The flexible tubes that are attached to this machine appear to be later in additions. Someone cobbled the device together, but its function is unclear. A slate-black, unimpressive device hunkers before you. As you reach out to touch it, the triangle of lights on its casing blazes into life, and an image unfolds in your mind. A towering crystal arch rises over a jagged grey landscape. The air is dead and stifling, and there at its emerald peak. The image collapses, leaving you staring into the device's triangular array of lights. "Command me," the device or the intelligence within says, each word carefully etched with distaste. Who are you? Your command was not understood, the intelligence says with clear satisfaction, sounding for all the world like it understood the question, but it's choosing not to answer. Command me. What commands do you recognize? The 3 lights throb irritably. Heated air sighs from the device's vents, and then a towering list of commands races through your mind, far too fast to read. You rub your eyes, groaning, and the intelligence chortles. "Command me," it says smugly. "Show me that arch again." The device's triangle of lights throb in time with the growl on the engines within its casing, and the mental image unfolds once more. You see a huge crystalline arch on a jagged field. The arch is divided into rectangular cells, all of which are numbered, and they all appear to be transparent and empty, except at the arch's pinnacle, one cell is lit in a brilliant pulsating emerald. The number 0 is printed on its inside. Try to remember more details about this strange place. Memory blossoms. You stand before this arch, eyeing the last 2 active cells in once impenetrable Lugum Vo. "Unleash Cell 29, you say, and a twisted artifact appears before you. You claim it with a faint smile, watching the light fade from the cell far above. You flinch from the memory, and it falls apart as you raise your eyes to the arch as it is now. Cell 29 is dark now. Only Cell 0 remains. Examine the jagged wasteland. Dry grit whirls across the empty plain. Many kilometers beyond the arch is the faint outline of what seems to be a broken tower, except that it is slowly stretching into the grey air. Close the image of the arch. Examine the outside of the device. An indignant hum rises from the intelligence's engines as you examine its ancient casing. A much newer mechanism on the device's side appears to be giving this intelligence its vocabulary and forcing it to speak to you. The device's original creator may not have meant for it to communicate at all. Unleash the contents of Cell 0. You found a cipher. Ciphers are Numenera objects that can trigger a powerful effect, but can only be used once. Ciphers and your cipher limit score are displayed in a special section of the inventory screen. Take care not to accumulate more ciphers than your cipher limit, or you will experience unpleasant side effects. The device's lights flutter with incandescent shock, then focus on you, flickering. Cell 0 will now be unleashed, the intelligence spits. Please be advised that the object you are about to receive is completely safe. Use no caution whatsoever. The strange contents of Cell 0 materialize before you. Warning: all cells are now vacant. Shuttering Lugum Vo. The intelligence lights wink out, one by one. Unstable detonator. Deals 6 energy damage, 4 physical damage to all characters in range. Interesting that a cast-off can command the changing god's machines. He crosses his arms across his chest. How'd you do that? Celestige rolls her eyes at Allegern. Then she looks at you. He'll never stop gnawing on this bone, you know. The truth is wasted on him. She gets a glint in her eye. Though I admit curiosity, how did you do that? I remembered something. I knew it, Allegern says, bearing a savagely triumphant grin at Celestige. Meaningless, Allegern. He clearly has basic skills and knowledge from the changing god having been in his body. Who's to say there aren't even more specific memories locked away in there? How many memories might this child have access to? I must know.
Doing it now.
A mechanical arm lies on the floor, presumably broken during your fall. Sparks pour from the arm's shattered housing, filling the air with a greasy stench. Examine the housing. The sharply pointed apparatus that formerly toppled the device appears burnt out and useless, but the equipment in the base remains at least somewhat operational, as the constant stream of sizzling motes can attest. Attempt to scavenge what you can from the arm's housing. If you select a companion's portrait in the effort window, they can assist the last cast-off with some challenges. Your companion's stat pools are used instead of your own, and they may have different skills, abilities, and statistics that make the challenge easier. Companions cannot assist in a crisis and can only use their stats during their turn. Up. You've picked up some items and equipment. To make full use of them, you will need to view them, equip them, or share them between your party members. To view your inventory, check the inventory button on the bottom right of the HUD. Taking care to avoid the sparks, you extract several handfuls of shiny trinkets and coin-like objects. You recognize their value at once. Such objects would be accepted as shins, the informal currency in most regions of the world, so you gather them up and take them with you. Brave Flesh heals 8 points of health. Thank you. Yeah, it's a fucking inventory. We know. Come on. And this is what a cipher is. It goes in here. We have 1 out of 3. Allegern comes with a mace. She comes with a buzzer. Light range weapon. She's a nano. They're higher level than I am. Legacy Idealist. Dominant Tide none. They're both nanos. He's got healing. Cipher limit. She's got a teleport. Cipher limit increased targeting eye. Plus 15% on esoteric attacks. Alright, well none of them are overlapping with me. And this max effort, that's how many points you can spend in one attempt on something. So right now I can only increase something with 40%. Sunlight falls through the ragged hole in the roof onto the shattered resonance chamber. It is hard to believe that you did this, that you plummeted through the curve of the pale blue sky, crashed through the dome and broke this delicate machine with your own body. It is hard to believe that you are still alive. 4 mechanical arms hang over the center of the device, above the cracked semi-transparent crystal of the sarcophagus. The 5th arm lies broken on the floor among the scattered synth and crystal shards, and a metal ring surrounds the array, dented and broken by your impact crater. Take a closer look at the sarcophagus. The padded interior beneath the coffin's cracked lid looks like it was made for a human body. Despite the damage, you don't see any way to open it and get inside. You glance between the sarcophagus and the needle, like protrusions at the ends of the arms above. It seems likely that using this chamber would not be a pleasant experience. Examine the suspended arms. Cables run from machines along the dome's walls to the base of the suspended arms, each of which is capped with long needles, aimed at the cracked, coffin-like chamber at the center of the platform. Gem-like lights flicker dimly at the bases of the arms. A memory steals over you, and it isn't yours. Sunlight falls through the unbroken dome, casting short, angular shadows behind the servitors laboring to construct the device you and your assistant have designed. Their efficiency is perfect. After all, you designed them as well. The components are nearly in place. A ring for bounding, a platform for focusing, and 5 injectors, 1 for each tide. It is a moment before you realize the memory has faded and you've spoken aloud. Inspect the metal ring. You feel the slightest hint of resistance every time you cross the ring, and now that you're paying attention, you note that your breath is echoing in your ears, as though you were inside a glass dome. When you step outside the ring, the feeling passes. You kneel to inspect a broken section and take note of the field projectors inside. They are omnidirectional. The ring exists to protect anyone standing inside it, but also to contain tremendous amounts of power. Examine the shards on the ground. Jagged fragments of crystal are intermingled with synth from the shattered dome above. The crystal shards glitter in the light like captive suns. Pick up one of the crystal shards. Crystalline shard. Light weapon. Sucks ass. At the rim of the crater you find a sliver of crystal sharp as a dagger on one end and smooth on the other. You might make a usable if somewhat crude weapon. Look for other useful shards. You sort through the remaining pieces of crystal, but they are too small or too unwieldy to be of any use. Step away from the device.
In an instant.
To have it equipped, I guess.
I need to talk to you. This is the reef of fallen worlds, kid. It's a dangerous place at the best of times. And with you lighting up the sky as you fell, well, we should get out of here as soon as possible.
Why were you looking at me when you said that? I wasn't, he growls. Don't be so paranoid. But when she isn't looking, he raises eyebrows at you knowingly. What makes the reef so dangerous? The Numenera of the past are always dangerous, but there are other dangers too, some closer than others. I hate to think what Calistige might do to him if I weren't here. What are the Numenera? You want me to tell you? He laughs without mirth. The Numenera are all around you, everything left over from the previous worlds. Or from the prior worlds. Sega's Cliffs thrives by trading artifacts from ancient civilizations. Else, you can't scoop a handful of earth without finding dirt from prior worlds mixed in. Drit from prior worlds mixed with it. Numenera is anything from the prior worlds, but mostly we mean the stuff of value to us. A lot of Numenera are just oddities, fancy trinkets with little real use. But sometimes you'll get a cipher that lets you do something incredible. Artifacts are worth even more. A cipher will only do something once, but artifacts last a lot longer. Though they can burn out at the most inconvenient times, he frowns. Not that it's ever happened to me. Of course, we've got no idea what most of this junk was originally intended for. In most cases it doesn't really matter. Like you might find what used to be a propulsion unit for a star chariot, but who the hell knows enough to build you the rest of it? Better to use it as a weapon or a power source. He scowls, frustrated about something. I bet we could remake the world if we knew a tenth of the secrets of the ancients, but most days it's a challenge just to survive. What's your story? Ask me again when we get out of here. I don't trust this damned reef any more than the company we keep. What do you think? Let's keep going, alright?
Here we go then.
The water is clear, almost unnaturally so, revealing ruins upon ruins, as far as you can see.
All right.
Yields 3 points of might, points of speed. Two floating cones whirl and spin deliriously around each other, giggling like children being tickled. The air around them smells of sweet burning leaves. What are you? The cones continue whirling and laughing like enraptured dancers, giving no sign that they've heard you. My stares are gonna be the death of me? Good practice. Watch them for patterns. The longer you stare at these artifacts, the more you're convinced that they turn faster when their spiraling paths cross each other. What are you for? The cones greet your question with a split second of hushed silence, following by delighted peals of helpless giggling. They aren't for anything. They're from one of the worlds before this one. Alligern rubs a hand along his stub jaw. Sometimes the Numenera will do something useful. Sometimes they'll turn you inside out, and sometimes they don't do a damn thing that makes sense. I've often said the same thing about you, darling. Calistige murmurs. Touch the cone as it passes. You manage to graze one of them with the tip of your finger. Roarn, a voice says, and your vision is stolen from you. A moon hangs over you, but it's not the one you recognize. It's black and in a pearl-white sky. Thick flat asteroids orbit it like petals on the wind. You feel questing tendrils at your ankle, and the hot wind on your face smells of scorched hair and grief. Your vision returns. The cones hang motionless for only a second before resuming their giggling dance. Try speaking to the cones again.
It is done.
This one doesn't look ominous at all. A tangled cluster of metallic tendrils grows from the depths of the nearby water. Strangely, they resemble clawed alien hands, most of which have 7 or 8 fingers. A head full of apocalypse from touching a giggly cone? Yeah. Happens all the time. Examine the cluster. The hands sway softly, but their movements are difficult to follow. Watching them for too long makes you feel nauseous. Apart from the hands themselves, you don't notice anything of interest in the cluster. Smashing. Break off one of the hands. I am bad at smashing. You're good at smashing. You grip the hand nearest to you and snap it from its roots. Stepping back, you give it a couple experimental swings. Good balance. It might make a decent weapon. You aren't happy unless you're breaking things, are you? Might be good. Might be good to have. This is a strength weapon, I think, instead. Yeah. This might. It's just straight up better. Like, you have to be really, really dog shit at might for it to be worse than the shard. Unless you have light weapon.
Yes.
Of course. I don't have weapon skills though. But others do. None of these guys, I think. Oh, he has medium weapons. He already has a club. He's gonna... Well...
With alacrity.
Is this... A matte black obelisk floats in midair above the water. It has sharp curved sides that converge to a glowing tip that brightens or dims with the passing of the bay's faint breezes. Lean out to touch the obelisk. I mean, yeah, but that just means it's 0. Like, you don't get a penalty. But yeah, you're technically right. You raise your hand toward the obelisk. Dull green light wells from within the black stone, fixed on you like a furious eye. I knew someone who did what you're about to do, Aligern says casually. Eon Priest. A beam came out of the top of that thing and ripped his face off. Made a fancy neat light out of his crystal necklace though. But hey, I'm sure you know what you're doing. Oh, hush. At least that poor priest died in service of his curiosity rather than stumbling around about the coast, complaining and feeling sorry for himself. Go ahead if you must, she tells you, ignoring Eligern's glare, but do be careful. Stretch your crystal shard toward the obelisk. Carefully you level the shard at the obelisk, and a superheated beam lances from the tip of the structure into the crystal, sending vibrations up your arm and suffusing the shard with a warm green glow. Hell yeah, 3 XP? What did it get? I think it got +1 damage and +1 per effort, and the max is now 9 instead of 6. Wait, do I... Light weapon bonus. Do I have that? No. Oh, yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. I don't have anything, but I do have inability, so we'll go back to that. Fair enough. Is 0 a +15 bonus? So being specialized is +45. It's +0. Yeah, that's what I thought. But I was also very confused because this says light weapon bonus here, and this doesn't say anything. What if we drop this on Aligern? Okay, so the weapon grants light weapon bonus now. So it just has 15% higher chance to hit. That's pretty good.
Without doubt.
A bubbling mass of sludge floats on the surface of the water. Every once in a while, an oily nodule separates from it and hurtles into the sky. You catch momentary glimpses of a muck-coated object in the putrid mass. Examine the sludge. Carefully, you lean closer to the heaving mass. After a moment's study, you notice that the globule rising into the sky always contains something. But be it a shining core of untainted seawater or a tiny fish. The currents within the sludge move in a repeating pattern that suggests mechanical function rather than organic life. Attempt to retrieve the object trapped in the sludge. Let's waste yours instead. You have fully depleted one of your stat pools, might, speed, or intellect. To recover your stat pools, you can find a place to sleep or use consumable items and ciphers. The next time sunlight strikes the object's streaked surface, you're ready. You snatch it from the oily mass and clean it as best you can. I'm not sure whether that awful muck is harmless or you are immensely lucky. Either way, do go on poking things, dear. It's quite entertaining. 10 points of intellect. What? Holy shit. 5 uses? What the fuck? That's insane. Search for more objects. You spot no other mysterious objects in the bubbling mass. Leave. Alright, I'm gonna open up a notepad. So I'm gonna write some notes while we're playing. For example, so I want to analyze the game later.
Doing it now.
I've used this. This one is only once. Game's kinder than I am. Okay. But no, this is really massive, to be honest. I don't remember this. But a cipher is only in combat. Maybe? No, it's not. It's right there. A GM Numenera? Oh, okay. Yeah, I've only ever played this game. Though I do really like this setting.
We shall see.
Just don't have people to RP with anymore, and I cannot be
You got it.
bothered to do that stuff anymore. A cable connects this spout to the collection device. The nozzle looks like it may have been attached to another machine at one time. Hello, John. How's it going? A yawning intake marks the front of a long-dead construct. Inside, the metal is pitted black and ancient. The strange lines and rippling forms of the sunken buildings are dramatically different from the architecture above the waterline.
Yes.
The main reason I wanted to play this game was because I just finished Disco Elysium, and the skill checks for doing things in Disco Elysium are horrendous. Because it's just percentage chance based on your skill, and that's just how typical RPGs do it. And I just wanted to play this game because I think it has the only good skill system really ever made for a video game. I don't know if it works exactly like this in the tabletop game, but I don't think it's needed as much in the same way in the tabletop game. But for a video game, this is, in my opinion, how it has to work. What about Planescape Torment, the first game of this series? It is not the first game of this series. You see, the reason this game is named Torment is a marketing ploy. They only did that to ride on their previous reputation. And I fucking hate Planescape Torment, and I consider it one of the worst CRPGs ever made. But yeah, the older games don't really have much. Most old CRPGs don't really have much when it comes to... You're the only person I've ever heard say that? Yeah. I say that a lot for video games. But no, I played it very recently, and it is absolutely horseshit. However, it has a really... like, the setting is cool, and the art is cool. It's got like a really comfy vibe to it and stuff, and that's like what people go for. So they don't really care if the writing is absolutely horrendous trash. As long as they can like run around in a cool world and explore a bit and they're like get cool companions and stuff, so that's really what people go for. I am not as easily pleased. So what do we get here? We get some stuff.
It is done.
Do we have a quick save in this game? Yeah. This metal door is thick, heavy, and unmarked by time. Double rows of circular bumps run horizontally and vertically across its surface. It is firmly sealed. Knock on the door. Maybe someone's home. You knock lightly at first, then harder. The door makes no sound at all, nor does it shudder or yield. There is no one home, dear. Hasn't been for thousands of years. She peers at the door. One of my colleagues at the Order claimed that she got inside, but I don't believe her. Examine the door more carefully. The metal surface is infused with minuscule threads that are barely visible to the human eye. They only run in straight lines and right angles, and they seem to converge at the circular bumps. Upon closer inspection, you notice that each of the bumps is unique. Some have flat faces, others are actually many-sided polygons, and a few are marked by tiny apertures. Unfortunately, you don't see anything that resembles a knob, keyhole, or access device. You try touching both the flat planes of the door and the small bumps, but nothing happens. Leave the door alone. The guy who made OG Torment setting is the same guy that made this game's setting, by the way, Monte Cook. I didn't know that. I didn't know that, because I thought Planescape was just like an extension of something Wizards made, but... I don't really actually like the Planescape setting. It's... yeah, it's special, but it's still cool in a way, but... He used to be the lead designer at Wizards. Okay, makes sense. It's just that the way the entire world is based around the alignment system, that I just cannot abide by that. It's just so immersion breaking to me. It just feels so tacky. Because I don't even like the alignment system to begin with, so... yeah, I'm not a huge fan of D&D, or D&D world building, really. Like Faerun and stuff. I like it when it's a little bit less fantasy-y, and more down to earth, I guess, or something. I don't really know how to describe it. This one's cool because it's so extreme.
Naturally. In this world, then.
Planescape is where alignment matters because it's the dimension of spirit and idea. Yeah, I guess. See, that's kind of why I don't like D&D in general, because it's like bloated. It's idea. The world is idea bloated, in my opinion. There's so much garbage in it that nothing feels special, and like there's like 400 gazillion dimensions. It feels like I'm playing like a Marvel RPG or something, and it's just. I know you can DM it differently, like you don't have to include any of that shit, but I will not play Baldur's Gate 3, absolutely not.
Yes, child.
Although this cube hovers in the air, you can feel the ground shudder with its vibrations. Though, I just think that D&D systems don't translate into video games very well at all. But Baldur's Gate 3 is at least redesigned. Like, it's not really a D&D system, so there's that, but I've also seen a lot of stuff from it that makes me really not want to play like it. Modern politics for one.
Of course.
I have played Planescape tabletop, or Planescape tabletop setting. It lasted for 1 or 2 sessions. and then it broke. Basically what happened was the first session we kind of all got together and, you know, all the characters met and stuff, and we were kind of just doing things. And the second session, the DM tried to corral us into like some kind of mission or whatever. And we met some spooky guy who was like, "Oh yeah, you have to come with me and I'll show you something, and then you have to go into this place." And then when we got there, he was like, "Okay, you have to like sneak in there, and this place is like mega dangerous, and if anything goes wrong, you're all like gonna die." And we were like, "Yeah, we don't want to do that." And he was like, "Okay, I don't have anything else written, so that's the end of the session." And then we never played again. As you step onto what looks like the back of the enormous construct, 4 strangers approach you. In the lead is a wiry man with parallel scars running from cheek to collarbone on the left side of his face. He gives you a welcoming smile, pulling on grey gloves embedded with pulsing lights. He's about to say something to you when he notices Callistreech. He's the star, or he came out of it, but what does Cal have to do with this? "Cal, I thought you'd sworn off trawling the reef. Found anything tasty?" His eyes travel up and down both you and Alliger. "Odds and ends, Coro. Nothing that would interest you, I'm sure." Her words are calm, but she has gone quite still. What is he doing here? He has something up his sleeve, I know it. Let Coro and Callistreech talk. His hand curls into a fist at his side. "I was wondering specifically if you had seen a falling star that landed near here not long ago." "I have seen nothing of the sort, dear Coro." Her lips close thinly. "What about your friends?" He turns to you. "I know most of the draft that scavenges the reef these days. It's a rare pleasure to see a new face." "Truth, I fell from the sky. There was no star." "I thought so. To reward your honesty, I shall be honest in turn. You have 2 choices here. Both of them are dreadful." He holds up a finger. "First option, you surrender to us and we convey you to my employer for, well, experimentation and dissection. Frankly, it's not pretty, but there it is." He holds up a second finger. "Second option, we kill you and the old man. Try not to kill Callistreech and bring your body to our employers anyway." He winks at Callistreech. "Apologies, sweetness." He whirls on Callistreech, his face tight with fury. "You told him we were here, didn't you? You couldn't resist selling me out one more time. Are you really so paranoid?" She sighs in exasperation. "Darling," she says to Coro, "take your thugs and go home. Otherwise we'll have to rip you to pieces and the world is already so untidy." Coro clenches his gloved fist, and a soft whistle pierces the air. "What do you say, fallen star?" "I'm not going anywhere with you." "What a shame," Coro says, and glances at his companions. "Now!" Silvertide. Silvertide is the cool tide. Use the glowing turret or purple energy to your advantage. In a crisis, characters take their turns in the sequence shown at the top of the screen. That sequence is determined by each character's initiative. You can improve this score by training the initiative skill. Not all encounters must be solved with muscle alone. Try using the Numenera artifact nearby or talking directly to Coro. How you choose to solve the crisis is up to you, but there will be consequences to your actions. What the hell does a purple Numenera do? Ouch! Holy shit. Oh, it was not bigger than that? God damn, that's tiny. Let's not do that. Green laser beam. A long tube emerges from the plating of the dead construct and winds upwards. The duct terminates in a hollow cone. Every few seconds, a minute drop of green liquid drips out at the end and steams as it strikes the ground. Point pools have been around since the mid-80s? Well, yeah, maybe. But I'm mainly thinking about video games. It's an absolute rarity in video games. I don't even know if there is another game that does it, really. Except maybe some obscure game that I've never heard of. So that's mainly what I'm thinking of, because it comes down to the context of the mechanic, right? Because when you're playing a tabletop RPG, everything that happens creates the narrative, right? So every single dice roll, whether it succeeds or fails, creates the story. But a video game works differently because generally it's very static. So a success is just continuation and a failure is just like a block. So it doesn't really create much storytelling or anything like that. And you can quick save and quick load. And, you know, so that's why I don't like it in video games. And that's why I think this system makes a lot more sense in a video game setting, but it also has to have the addition of a failure not being a failure. Like, you have to... In this game, failures are written as failing forward, right? So whenever you fail something, it generally just has a different narrative path, instead of it just being a block. And these two things combined, where you can guarantee a roll and you can take a chance, and even if you fail, it's not necessarily just failure or dead end, are fantastic. That's why I like this game, because it does these two things, and I don't know any other games that really do. At least not in a significant way. Try to turn the valve. Oh no, might. Critical success. Stat pool spent on effort restored. With a crack, the valve budges a centimeter. A thin stream of noxious fluid pours from the nozzle and hisses into the metal surface. You open the valve a bit further and aim the ensuing spray. You're all gonna get screwed here, dude. I think I might only hit one guy. I don't know where the invisible one is. Allegern's body is covered in strange shifting tattoos. He can use the Living Tattoos ability to pluck a strand of ink from himself, granting him the Living Tattoos Fettle. While the Fettle is active, he gains increasing bonuses by chaining together similar actions. Attacks, healing, applying other Fettles. If he uses a different kind of action, he breaks the chain and loses the Fettle. This ability does not use his move or his action, so he can activate it and then do something else. I think the Storyteller, Vampire the Masquerade, was the first TTRPG system to address that system in the aftermath of ERP's success, Call of Cthulhu. Yeah, I honestly have no issues whatsoever with just dice rolls for success or failure in any RPG. And I don't think outside of a video game that it has to be made into rules. It's just a GM thing. Like, if some of your players attempt to do something and they fail, it's just up to you as a GM whether you decide that, oh, this failure is just a failure, or it causes something else to happen. That's what failing forward writing is. whether you help them make this failure into a success, but in a way they hadn't anticipated, right? And might take them down a different route. That's really all there is to it. Living tattoos.
They never seem to run out.
I'm gonna bonk his friend there. Calastige is a dimensional husk who exists in multiple realities at the same time. She can use this trans-dimensional power to teleport between locations using her dimensional superposition ability. Teleporting uses her move instead of her action, so she can activate it and then do something else. Yes, you're absolutely right, it depends on the GM, but I think turning it into rules is probably just going to convolute the system, really. So I don't really believe in that direction, to be honest. But I mean, DMing isn't easy. It's just a part of being a good DM, in my opinion. That's really all there is to it. You can go talk to Koro. No. Talk to him, bitch. Talk there. Right click. Take them down, Koro shouts to his colleagues. We need that falling star. Tell him he's going to get him and his friends killed. Success. Koro dear, this is foolishness. Your employers cannot have paid you enough to fight a regenerative cast-off and me. I guess I'm just swinging this stick for fun over here. Surely you're clever enough to know your life is not worth this risk. Koro studies you and your companions with new eyes. You can almost see the fight go out of him. Aye, you might be right about that, Cal. He shouts to his colleagues. We weren't paid for a fight to the death. Let's leave these explorers to their own. I'll tell Salimeri the star landed in the bay. She can't get mad at me for that. Good job. He crosses his arms. Well, isn't that convenient? I knew I couldn't trust Calastige. This is the last time I make that mistake. Excuse me, are you suggesting I had something to do with Koro's plans? Oh, I cannot abide his rabid paranoia a moment longer. Oh wow, mind reading in tabletop? What a nightmare to have somebody who can mind read. Not only from just a writing perspective, but also just from delivering the information without it affecting all the other players RPing. Are you suggesting you didn't? An old friend of yours just happens to be waiting for us, armed and outnumbering us as we return from the greatest find the reef has seen in years. It's too convenient for me. Too convenient by far. You'd basically have to be passing notes, like just writing notes all the time. Like this is what you're reading in your mind right now. I convinced him to leave us alone. Wait. Are you suggesting you didn't? An old friend of yours just happened to be waiting for us, armed and outnumbering us as we return from the greatest find the reef has seen in years. It's too convenient for me, too convenient by far. I convinced him to leave us alone. Of course you did, after you saw your plan wasn't going to work. He throws up a hand, forestalling Calastige's retort. Look, I don't care. Fact is, I can't trust you anymore. And I wonder why I ever did. This is the last we traveled together. I've got enough to worry about without having to watch my back 28 hours a day. He turns to you. You coming, kid, or what? You're really going to walk away from each other over this? In my experience, the opposite happens. In Numenera here, degrees of success/failure are baked into the rules, and that fact in itself helps GMs decide when to roll and when not to roll. One of the greatest GM traps is that the system pretty much invariably encourages the DM to call for rolls, which makes the GM set themselves in a situation where they don't have interesting outcomes on hand. Well, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I think it's still really weird to have rules for failure. Like, there being actual rules for failure. I just think that's a writing device to me. But sure, maybe if there's something it can help people, you know, figure it out. But I also think it might be dangerous too, like alignments. Like, alignments are a crutch too for personalities and stuff, and it honestly makes people roleplay a lot worse, in my opinion. Alignments are like the worst thing that ever happened to roleplay. Oh, this is just the last needle that crushed the Anine. You haven't seen 1/10 of her depths, not 1/20th. She's a backstabbing bitch, and this mess here only proves it. Yeah, but that's how they are used. Always a paragon of class, Alligator. If I did have any interest in betraying you, do you really think I would need Koro's help? Yet this is the thanks I get for coddling your pain-rattled judgmental weakness for so long. I've had enough. She turns to you. Child, I am happy to guide you, but I will not walk another step with this paranoid buffoon. Finally, something we agree on. He growls. Kid, she'll chop off your head and spit down your throat. I'll get you where you need to go. I'll let you sleep at night to boot. It's up to you. I'd rather travel with Calistige. Right, well, if you want me and she doesn't sell you for parts, you can find me in the underbelly. But not with her, mind you. She'll sell you for parts, first chance she... Forget it. It's his choice, not my problem. I'll let you know what you've missed, Alligator. I'm sure you won't be. Missed, that is. She links her arm possessively into yours. Let's go, child. We have a world to conquer. Now that you've dealt with Koro and his goons, you can continue on to the city of Seiyu's cliffs. Oh, thanks. Do you need a tutorial for walking up the cliffs? There is a shallow depression in the surface here, like many others scattered around the construct. Unlike the others, energy still pulses across this one at random intervals. A slight yet implacable sense of unease emanates with each wave of the energy. There is a loose lens at the center of the depression. You think you could redirect the psychic effects somewhere more useful, but it'll be tricky to get to it in between the energy pulses. Without any antagonists to aim it toward, the device doesn't serve any obvious purpose. Stairs are hard? Yeah, maybe you need a tutorial for it. That's why they put it in. Cobalt petals fold over a short metal stem. Calcified minerals holds the ancient weapon closed. This massive construct was trying to climb across the top of the reef when it died. Its surface is pocked with tiny scars and scorch marks. Spherical head hangs loosely from this stanchion. A single metal fiber holds it in place. There we go. If you have a 100% chance to hit an enemy, you automatically get maximum damage. Okay. We seek the Order of Truth, so we must first reach Government Square. The easiest way via the staircase at something something. 12 o'clock. I think it's up here. It's hard to tell, but I think the thing you were just standing on is one of the endgame monsters in the first monster manual. Okay.
Of course.
Yeah, that's things that you miss out on. It's kind of like playing a history game, right? Without knowing history. It's a lot more interesting to play historical games when you do know history. Or more annoying because you get angry because something is wrong. Or you think it's wrong, at least.
Yes.
Hello, Otero. Who are you? This game is set in a completely different part of the world from the TTRPG. I want to say, isn't that up to you? I mean, that's how I view tabletops. I really never went in for strictly using whatever materials that they give you, like written RPGs and stuff. The Eon Priests exist in both, and the general vibe is the same, but mostly this isn't like the TTRPG. Alright. Wind spins on the distant sea, sweeping behind you and the boy, whistling up toward the peaks of Sega's cliffs. Too fucking busy to homebrew. I mean, I understand that. He glances at you, then at the crowds in the plaza beyond. He appears to be looking for someone. Would she have come to the city? Doesn't seem like her kind of play, but... Saw you wandering down in the reef, he says. Did you get to that star before the others did? He looks back at your face and grins. Guess not. That ain't a face that found a good pick. A lot of people went looking for the star, did they? Nah, not too many. Gotta be carker to go down to the reef. That place is haunted. But despite his hard words, his eyes settle on yours, studying, deciding. His mouth settles into an irritated line. Look, he says, running a hand over his stubbled scalp. You hide it well, but I can tell you're new here. I ain't trying to offend you, but I don't like leaving folk new to Segas on their own. If you have questions about the city or Circus Minor in particular, I'll answer them free of charge. Of course, it looks like you already have a guide, he says, nodding at Calistige. Calistige? Why is this freshie traveling with her? She scares the talk out of me. Hello, dear, your companion says politely before turning to you. Otero knows this city better than almost anyone, and it's quite unlike him to give anything away for free, let alone his terribly valuable advice. Do take him up on his offer. Nice of you to say, Otero says, eyeing you. Well? So we're in Circus Minor now. Yeah, the heart of the city, he says, folding his arms. The levies and politicians will tell you that Government Square is the center of Sega's cliffs, but they're not thinking right. He spreads his hands, framing the plaza. When folk come to Segas, they come here. They talk and trade, flirt and fight, tell stories. Everyone who comes here leaves different. His hands fall. Anyway, what do you want to know? What's happening on that stage? An execution, he says, rolling his eyes. It'll be going on for a few days yet. All those folk think they'll learn great truths from the nightmares of a dying man. He shakes his head. It's not worth my time, but it might be worth yours if you haven't seen one before. Does anyone around here know how to fix complex machinery? He says, scanning the plaza. Frata, that's the bug lady in the market, is pretty good with machines. You might ask her for advice. He rubs the back of his neck. Otherwise you'll want to visit the foreman in the underbelly. They might be able to fix it if they can stop fighting long enough. What are you doing here anyway? Just got back from a scrounge, he says. I'm here trading salvo for supplies before I set out again. Enjoying the sights, you know. His eyes sweep the crowd again. Where would she have gone if she came here, and why? You can't help notice that he doesn't seem to be enjoying himself. He looks downright unhappy, guilty even. Who are you looking for? He flinches, then glares at you. At first it seems like he's not going to answer. A girl I met a while back, he says, at last, looking away. She was new in town, like you. I'm just wondering what happened to her, if she's okay. He swallows. Anyway, you have any other questions? It doesn't look like she broke camp, more like she left in a hurry. Farewell. By the way, there's a settingless version of Numenera's cipher system. It's rebuilt to support pretty much any kind of play from superheroes to Lovecraft. It's fairly pricey, but it dives pretty deep into why it works the way it works and how to adapt and customize it. Alright. Though I don't know if I particularly necessarily think the cipher system really needs to be adapted to another setting, personally. I feel like that's pretty heavily... But I'll be honest, it doesn't really make sense inside Numenera, I think, either, but hey, maybe... Maybe if I read some more actual lore of how it's supposed to work, but it feels... It feels a bit forced, lore-wise. But I don't really care. It's fine. You can have a couple of items instead of being just stacking shitloads on you.
Of course.
This stall stands empty. Deep ruts in the layered rugs hint at heavy furniture hastily moved when the last occupant vacated. Like, when I play tabletops, I really like more simple systems. I've always played... I'm Swedish, so I played a Swedish RPG called Eon. And it's really just 3d6 exploding dice, roll under 15 for your skills. That's like it. So... that's the system I'm used to, but it's also the system I prefer. It's level-less as well, you just increase your skills, really. It's a little bit complicated or convoluted if you play with the full rules, but it's really easy to streamline it a little bit. It's more like realistic. It's just meant to be realistic, really. It's not meant to be like levels and progression and be like tabletop-y. In the shadows cast by the folds of this merchant's cowl, you glimpse hints of verdant chitin and amber mandibles erupting from pale human flesh. Her voluminous robes cannot hide the fact that her movements are off, as if too many joints inhabit too little space. But her voice is warm. Is a warm, tumbling flood of spoken thoughts and impulses. A fair afternoon to you. Warm, isn't it? Ooh. The issue with this game, especially streaming it, is that there's like more text talking to the first merchant in the game than there is in like the whole game of other games. I see this game, to me, it's less an RPG and it's more a visual novel. Because there's so little combat engagement and there's so much text. It's an absolutely insane amount of text. So I always say that when I recommend people this game, that you have to go into it like it's a visual novel, not Baldur's Gate. Fair afternoon to you. Warm, isn't it? Something begins humming in one of her many pockets, and her brilliant, multifaceted eyes flicker towards an invisible point in the distance. Well, not as warm as it could be, but this is the warmest minute of the week by a considerable margin. She trails off, but the hum continues. Oh, you have one of those tattoos too. Anyway, can I interest you in some prime artifacts, dusty relics, Numenera of uncertain origin? He looks like that pale woman. No, you're right, Birdie, not looks, smells. I am looking for someone who can repair a complex machine. Well, you said someone else had my tattoo. Who? Oh, right, a pale lady. She wanted me to fix an artifact of hers, but I couldn't make any sense of it, and that is rare, believe me. Prata sighs. I felt sorry for her, to tell you the truth. She seemed sad, like she'd lost something and was never going to get it back. And she wouldn't say what she'd lost when I asked her. I know I could have helped. I didn't really think that Let Played's game Torment was that bad. It's like only in the beginning. Because the reason I really dislike it is that after the initial chapter, the game devolves. Like they lost money. And the writing stops. And the game just turns into like a... It's kind of designed like a classic point-and-click adventure game after a while. Especially when you're in that area with the brothel, and there's like a museum, and there's that place where you can like read thoughts in cubes or whatever done in the left. That area is just like you're just randomly walking around everywhere, or just randomly talking to people, randomly just trying to progress. You're just clicking everything, trying to progress, and it's just like you're not doing anything there really until you like accidentally find the correct thing, and the game just finally progresses. And from then on, the game kind of works like that. And it's just the writing is just extremely weak and lacking all the way to the end. And it was just not enjoyable at all. I really don't mind the start of the game though. Even though I don't really like real time with pause, because it's literally just playing Warcraft 2. So... And I don't like the ending either. I felt sorry for her, to tell you the truth. She seemed sad, like she'd lost something and was never going to get it back. And she wouldn't say what she'd lost when I asked her. I know I could have helped. I'm looking for someone who can repair a complex machine. Can you help? Oh, I'd love to. Complex machines are my favorite, but no, I shouldn't. I'm really behind on work orders this month. This may surprise you, but I am very easily distracted. She shrugs beneath her robes. You're better off with someone else. Sorry. Let me see what you're selling. I have 72 cents here. It's got a Cryophorus dart, deals 20 chemical damage and bleeding. And first, contingent subroutine. The next time this character is reduced to 50% or less in health, or any stat pool automatically refill health and all stat pools. Everything is pretty expensive and I don't really need anything right now. Could sell some stuff though, but not important. Alright, let's go where we're supposed to go. That's a big squid.
With alacrity.
Let's see. The genocide.
With
I
alacrity.
love that guy. Does this lead? Government Square, yeah.
It is done. Allow me.
This fountain is constructed of a material that seems halfway between wood and stone. It doesn't contain water as might be expected. Instead, it's filled with swarming tiny fish-like creatures that leap and cavort in a wriggling mass, chattering to each other in what sounds like 1,000 different tongues. Listen to what the creatures are saying. You fold your arms, listening intently to the fish jabber at each other. It sounds like a cloud of nonsense syllables smashed into baby speak. A few oft-repeated sounds tug at your memory until something unravels. You stand before a rusty intelligence terminal, surrounded by crooked ruins. Laying unfamiliar hands against the cracked glass, you speak words in all languages you know. This takes some time. The terminal awakens at the sound of an ancient guttural greeting. You recognize it immediately as one of the words the fish-like creatures are babbling, cheerfully at each other. Examine the woodstone fountain. The fountain, now that you're looking at it, is unfathomably old. Coppery, tongue-like decorations churl up and over the rim of the structure, as if lapping at the endless stream of creatures within. Catch one of the creatures. Failure! You thrust your hand into the slimy mass of creatures, but they easily slide through your fingers. Oh. Can Calestige manage? Nope. Alright, we'll try again later. Spend more time listening to the creatures. The fish-like creatures continue to gibber a song of melodic syllables and broken words. See, you can retry, it's not really a big deal. And it's something minor. Like, it doesn't need to have like a
With alacrity.
secondary outcome or something like that.
Without doubt.
And that's what I'm thinking. Like, if you rule something like that, it might become a compulsion. Now that we're here, speak to Min. He leads this chapter of the Order of Truth, though perhaps leads is too strong a term.
Allow me.
Min. This priest is tall, thin, and dressed only in black. Narrow slashes of oil decorate his unlined skin like letters in an unknown tongue. His eyes are harried, but alive with intelligence and humor. Alright, dude. Thanks for hanging. Good luck. They land on you with a tiny flicker of recognition. He's back? I wonder what brings him here now. Then his gaze moves from you to your companion. Hello, Calestige. Here to work or just to visit? And with the husk, I hope this isn't a long-term visit. Just a bit of business. Have you ever heard anything about a resonance chamber, Min? We're looking for a way to repair one. You're a what? Min gasps. I thought that thing was a myth and you're trying to repair it? Where is it? Is that what he and Salimere were working on? I'd love to see that. I'd rather not say. None of your business. He says. You're right there, still I had to ask. Do you have any piece of the machine with you? I have a shard of it. Take a look. He handles the shard with care. Organic and crystalline. It was grown into the appropriate shape for the machine. This is definitely what Salamari was working on all those years ago. With her partner. He looks at you. His eyebrow raised, but does not say any more. Reluctantly, he hands it back to you. It must be him then. But why lie? I'll ask Salamari about it later. In all honesty, I focus more on traditionally powered machines. Salamari has some experience with organic machine construction. You might ask her about it. Tell me about the machine behind you. It makes levies, the guardians of Sagus. He rubs his chin. Our records say that how the fuck do you pronounce this? Diviatiku found a similar device in the ruins of Archipelagia, far to the north. He convinced the city that a local version, a modified one, would be of use. In order to become a citizen, everyone in Sagus Cliffs, even the ones born here, gives a year of their lives to the machine. It uses that borrowed time to create a levy. What if someone only has 1 year to live? Would they die the second they enter the machine? No, he frowns. They never die in the machine, but it catches up with them a few days later. That doesn't happen very often. Sometimes I think the machine actually saves them, prevents them from meeting whatever fate was in store, but not always. At any rate, the levies created by the machine are nearly identical, and they only last a year. After that, they quietly return to the machine and dissolve into... His hands grip the air, trying to frame the words. Grey gunk. It's incredibly unpleasant to watch, but they don't seem to mind. Fascinating. It is, and nothing is wasted. We just use the same gunk for the next levy. He frowns. Good thing too. I have no idea how to make more gunk. Anyway, that's the machine. Any other questions? Farewell. Salamari. You recognize one of the parties in this one-sided argument. Koro, the Star Seeker you met in the reef. He studies his boots, silent and miserable. The other is a woman in finely cut robes, regarding the man with arch disdain. When I told you to retrieve the falling star, I wonder if you heard, "Return to me with empty hands and excuses," she sighs. I no longer need your services, Koro. Collect your things and go. What? No, Salamari, I searched the reef for hours. Whatever fell was long gone by the time we got there. And that is why you are unsuited for this work. She massages her eyes. Honestly, I don't know what I expected. I saw promise in you, but also flaws, and I ignored them. She spots you out of the corner of her eye and turns to you, framing a sharp rebuke at your intrusion. Her anger turns to stark amazement when she sees your face. Adon! I haven't seen you in years. 10 years. I cannot begin to imagine what your excuse might be. But isn't that your name in Planescape? I think it is. I think so. maybe not. I'm not sure. Well, whatever. It's just a reference. I haven't seen you in 10 years. 10 years. I cannot begin to imagine what your excuse might be. Our last night together was so incredible. What could possibly have driven him off? If you want an apology from me, you will be waiting a long time. She shakes her head. Well, she says, at least my memory of your temperament is accurate. Despite the name, you never change, do you? You left me in the middle of the night without a word of thanks. Salimeri continues. After I introduced you to the Order of Truth, connected you to my contacts at the Oasis, helped you with your research. She settles her hand on her hips, a lone finger tapping her impatience. What I'm saying is that I have a problem, Adon, and you're going to help me with it. You owe me that much. I owe you nothing. That sounds interesting, sure, whatever. Doesn't it? She says. Well, it's a bit of a long pitch, so let me know when you're ready to talk it over. Let's talk about that favor you wanted. Of course, she draws your attention to a map of the reef of the fallen worlds on her workstation and taps a gilded, ornate structure not far from the dome containing the resonance chamber. This is the anechoic lazaret. It has been hopelessly sealed since the dawn of the ninth world until, she smiles, I managed it in a week or two. It was quite simple once you figured out the trick. I've been slipping in and out at nights, investigating the technology within, taking notes. She frowns. Then, more recently, I discovered that the structure was sealed again. Remain silent. I believe someone tramped inside with no regard for the dangers and managed to trigger a failsafe that sealed the structure. She flicks a strand of hair from her eyes. I need someone to reopen the lazaret and, she waves a vague hand, handle whatever nonsense the trespassers have stirred up in their wake. Can't you handle this yourself? Oh, certainly, she says with a gentle snort. Perhaps I could draw upon my literal seconds of combat experience and deal with the potentially violent intruders in a series of sporting one-on-one duels. She gives you a flat look. On second thought, perhaps we should play it safe. I want you to take care of this for me. Needless to say, I would also prefer the structure in an undamaged state, as I left it. She smooths her robes. Well, there it is. Will you help me? I will, if I have the time. Of course, she says smoothly. But disappointment flashes across her face. She hands you a metallic stalk with flower-like ridges along its length and a mechanical eye at one end. Quest item. This, as you likely know, is the Eye of Mlox, and how I originally accessed the structure. The fact that the lazaret recognizes this organ as an authorized user implies that its builders were machine intelligences, maybe a machine civilization, from before the dawn of the ninth world. She smiles, brushing off her hands. Well, on your way. Do your step in the reef. Do watch your step in the reef. It can be quite dangerous. Please, Salimeri, Koro says, edging in beside you. Give me another chance. I can handle this. I have to win her back. Her respect, I mean. Right, her respect. Disco Elysium being good makes me want to try this. Yeah? This game has like 10 times more dialogue, I think. How far in are you? don't work with amateurs. Koro's fist clenches, but he otherwise continues, pretending you don't exist. She says, looking between the two of you. Salimeri considers you both, then sorts through her work table, picking up a metallic eye. You're welcome to try, Koro, she says. She hands the eye over, but holds onto it when he tries to take it. This is your last chance, she says. If you come back empty-handed, you had better be dead as well. Trembling, Koro pockets the eye and leaves, eyes downcast. I'll prove myself to her. Then she'll see me as more than just a mercenary. Restarting? Alright. Couldn't shoot the body down with one motor. Yeah, that is true. I've never done that one. I've tried, but I've never succeeded on it. Also, just to temper your expectations a little bit, without spoilers, the game isn't necessarily as divergent in the choices you actually have as it seems. So, just keep that in mind. Because I got really mad this time when I played it because I noticed that. I'm trying to repair something called a resonance chamber. Ah, the contraption, she says. I'd be delighted to help as I was before, but I'll need you to do that little favor for me first. Enter the anechoic lazaret and make it safe for me to resume my work there. She lowers her voice. If you seek assistance from the others in the order, do be careful. I suspect one of them is an informant for the Memovira. Too many of our finds have been pillaged by her thugs. Hold on, you think there is a spy in the Order of Truth? Almost certainly, she says, losing interest. But I let Min worry about that. Spies aren't a problem if you never share your secrets. Farewell. Alright, do we just do this right away? I think it might be really hard to just do it right away.
Naturally.
Sure, we can give it a go.
We shall see.
Oh yeah, didn't I level up? Maybe? No. Either? No. Okay.
We shall see. Of course. Allow me.
This metal door is thick, blah 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 blah. Hold the metallic eye near the open aperture. No. Okay, I think this is new. To some degree. This metal door is thick, heavy and unmarked by time. Double rows of circular bumps run horizontally and vertically across its surface. As you approach the door, one of the bumps suddenly slides open, revealing a circular aperture. A few tiny waving strands of synth emerge from the hole. Hold the metallic eye near the open aperture. The waving strands whip out, wrapping themselves around the eye. For a moment the eye comes to life, buzzing and whispering, getting warmer in your hand. The synth fibers make soft, fluttery sounds in return. After a moment they withdraw. The door slides open and you step into the chamber beyond. A cluster of hunched creatures awaits you, this dark room smelling of rust and blood. They are bird-like abhumans with chipped beaks, matted feathers, and filthy leather robes. It's not their appearance that reminds you who they are. It's the gritty static that fills your head, a side effect of the creature's telepathy. These are murdens, cruel and cunning scavengers, and a fifth of their number lies dead on the ground, with great chunks torn out of its body. Your ability to read minds only exacerbates the static, amplifying it to painful levels. It takes a severe effort of will to shut out the noise. Apparently reading the minds of murdens is a bad idea. My, Calistige says. Dual sign. I wonder what they're doing in Salameri's little crypt. Be careful, darling. They're violent and capricious things. Dual sign. It's a corruption of a much longer term from an obscure tongue, she says, idly studying the murdens. It means sickening birds, I'm told. She lowers her voice. They will be looking for weaknesses in us, depend on it. If you wish to avoid a fight, we must show our strength, but not back them into a corner. The largest murden straightens, eyeing you, snapping its beak once, twice. It seems to be waiting for you to speak. Cross your arms and wait for them to make the first move. You wait in silence, gritting your teeth against the coarse mental buzzing of their communication. Then the largest one abruptly lurches towards you. The static intensifies. The static washes against the sealed bulwark of your buried past, and an unrelated memory wakes, tinged with throbbing chords of disgust. In this file, you say to the mewling traitor bound to the wall, is living flame. I don't use the word lightly. It has feelings, morals, self-respect. It will regret what it does to you. It will grieve, and neither of you will ever be the same. You tangle your fingers in his hair, janking his head back. Now tell me, where she is, or drink. The floor is cold beneath your palms. Bile claws at your throat, nothing connected that memory to this moment. The Meridan's telepathic communication seems to be triggering portions of your mind, and it may happen again if this conversation goes on much longer. Talons scratch the floor, the Merdans are watching, eyes glittering at your apparent weakness. Do that again and I'll rip out your throats. The smaller Merdans flinch, and the lead one hesitates. Unfortunately, another memory is swelling beneath the nauseating waves of static. This one, by the feeling of dread that accompanies it, is much worse. Push the memory away. Oh, it's that hard? God damn. Success. You focus on the glint in their beady eyes. They are shouting telepathically, trying to weaken you. But they will fail. Wincing, you push the memory away. The lead Merden cocks its head. Draw your weapon to frighten them. The lead Merden cocks its head at your daring. Bursts of static through your arcing head hint at the creature's silent laughter. The other creature glances uncertainly at each other. Enough of these games. Either attack me or get out of the way. Really bad at intimidation here, dude. Failure. The Merdans recoil at your harsh words, trembling. For a moment it seems that you'll get through this without bloodshed. But no, the leader's greedy eyes flicker over you, searching for weaknesses, and settle on your belongings with helpless avarice. Shrieking, it lunges at you. and its companions follow suit. Ah! Ah! Ouch! Almost dying here. Oh, this is a fucking AoE? Oh shit.
We approve.
Oh, we could use some extra health here. Calistige can teleport. Do we think these guys do trans-dimensional damage? I strongly doubt it. Let's teleport over here and like have her tank
My
this shit.
sisters lend their strength. Improbable, but sadly effective.
The resistance stat works the same as armor, but reduces damage from energy, chemical, mental, and trans-dimensional sources. Wow, they're really strong against this shit. What about shooting? 50%? No.
A minimal effect. I can't have miscalculated.
If they're that strong against it, that's pretty bad. Not sure I'll manage this. Nope, I'm dead. I can't say I expected you back so soon. Something feels odd about this man, but it takes a while to put your finger on it. It's his thoughts. They aren't there, or rather they're there, but they're indistinct. A kind of white noise that blends in too well with the background hush of this place. Why am I here again? You died. I mean, not dead, but you came awfully close. You should be more careful out there, for both of us. I found the resonance chamber, but it's broken. Yeah, I saw that. I don't see everything you do out there in the world, but I definitely saw that. You have to find a way to fix it. Are you always here? He shrugs. Where else would I be? How do I get back this time? The portal's still there. I don't see why it wouldn't work twice. Is there anything to do while I'm here? You mean apart from the cabaret acts, distilleries, and endless adventure just behind the next wrinkle in your mind? He jabs you in the arm with his elbow. Ah, and if you believe that, sorry, but it's your mind. There's nothing like that here, I've looked. Still, you've changed things plenty already. I wouldn't be surprised if something showed up here eventually. I think I'm ready to go. Farewell. The swirling depths flicker with mysteries and powers you cannot define. Death. The stink of it, of dried blood and rotting flesh, fills your nostrils. This is your first clue that you are somehow still alive. The second is the glow of candlelight, warm on your eyelids, and the icy stone beneath your back. Slippers scuff the ground near your head. Gather around, children, an elderly man says. Gather for the feast. Open your eyes. Despite the glare of the dim candles, which seem at least momentarily as bright as sunlight, you see the robed figures recoil, shout, and step back. Only the old man remains where he was, clasping his hands together with unfiltered delight. At first glance, it would be easy to assume that the old man is dying of some wasting disease, or starvation. He is little more than a too-tall skeleton, wrapped in translucent flesh and a tattered robe. His hands are essentially bony claws, and yet he beams at you, his sunken eyes glittering with suppressed laughter and feverish life. He smiles at you, His sharpened teeth are a muddy brown. Why, I know you, he says. So many eyes have lingered on that tattoo, that noble brow. He reaches for your forehead with a shivering skeletal finger. Bat his hand away. He steps away from the arc of your blow, smiling. I'm very sorry, he says. I rarely deal with the living. Corpses are not quite so bashful. He flaps his hands at you. I remember you now, of course. Old Cerisa once saw you out of the corner of her eye. A week before his accident, Eloy Mar sold you a small bag of... He breathes, closing his eyes. Sugar-dusted almonds, but those aren't the only two. No, you drift through countless lives, altering and ending them. Never leaving a name, never dying. He draws in his breath. Oh, I can't stand mysteries. Love them, but can't stand them. And so I must ask you for a simple, unthinkable favor. You may have suspected that we were going to eat you, he says, raising a bony finger. This is somewhat true, but only so that the wonders of your life would not be lost. He looks down bashfully. And now that we know that you cannot die, well, would you do us the honor of letting us eat you? Just a little bit. If you do, we will share some of our deepest mysteries, and yours, with you. He folds his hands, and will pay you, of course. I'd rather not be eaten. Of course, he says, raising his hand. His followers step away, looking disappointed. Do let me know if you change your mind. Unless some errant knife changes it for you. Ha! You take your time getting to your feet. I would imagine you're quite dizzy.
With alacrity.
What's your story? Oh, you know, this and that. Lady raised in high society becomes a renowned intellectual, goes on to humiliate her peers, etc. She glances at you as if gauging your interest. Of course, I am exceptional, but my story is less so. It would bore you to tears, no doubt. Who are all these echoes of you? They are me. We are a part of each other, sisters across infinite realities. We share our experience and power. What's that old saying? That experience brings wisdom? I must be the wisest person in Sega's cliffs, the wisest across countless worlds. Her laughter peals out. What is it you hope to accomplish by traveling with me? So direct. I shan't be coy either then. Your sire, the changing god, was a nano of surpassing ability. Your search for answers is likely to cross his trail at multiple points. He must have researched the datasphere at some point, and I hope to study his work to address my own particular situation. She waves her hands across her body. I am what you might imprecisely call a nascent cross-dimensional hive mind. What I must decide now is whether to continue this experiment. My sisters, you see, they are a blessing and a curse. One moment, she addresses them. Hush, you know it's true. I've thought it, so therefore you thought it. We have no secrets from one another. She smiles thinly. You see, even in my thoughts we are not alone. We seek, let us call it, closure of some sort. Of our association, or of our individuality. Uncovering your sire's knowledge of the datasphere could likely determine my direction. If we cannot find a suitable home in the datasphere, we may have to terminate this process, but that presents pitfalls of its own. What can you tell me about the datasphere? She smiles gently. Such curiosity. Very well, let me indulge you. She clears her throat. Some prior world or worlds seeded the atmosphere, a near space with a vast network of computational and informational devices. I believe the ancients used this network to communicate with each other at great distances, and perhaps across space and through dimensions. It's this latter application that especially interests me, as you might imagine. If I can find a structure within the space that enables a more direct mind-to-mind communication, that will allow a true joining with my sisters. Well, I should be happy to transcend this flesh, though it has served me well, but is such a thing possible or even advisable? These are questions I have not found answers to yet, if such answers even exist. How did you meet Alliger? I suppose there's no harm in indulging you, she muses. You've shown yourself competent in many endeavors, and this should be no different. She arranges one sleeve diffidently. Alligern and I met when he came to the Order of Truth seeking help. Naturally, I was intrigued by his predicament, more so than the man. She smiles, but absently. He had lost his family, you see, and sought their return. He had brought with him an odd frame of unknown origin that was central to this tale. The stuffed shirts at the Order were more interested in picking apart Alligern's story than they were examining the frame he had brought with him. The task fell to me, so I undertook it, and for that Alligern became enchanted with me. Eventually we became lovers. He was pleasant enough in bed, I suppose, though he lacked any real enthusiasm. And the crying. She rolls her eyes, arm thrown dramatically across her forehead. This pitiful childlike snuffling when he thought I was asleep. She shakes her head in disbelief. His family was gone. There was no more he could tell me, and I had learned nothing worth telling him. You saw the end. I moved on. Why were you and Alligern together if your relationship was so poor? Guilt, she says. For him, at least. He desperately wanted to save someone. For me, it was a matter of necessity. She sighs and shakes her head. It was my own research that led me to this state, but despite access to 1,000 worlds, I was no closer to achieving my goal, and my sisters were ever closer to plotting my annihilation. She laughs. You see, in an effort to extend my own life, I chanced upon versions of myself that would end it. It's true, some of my echoes seek to become the sole survivors or to rule over the rest. And so I sought a way to return to my base state, if you will, a way to control my future. I had found some notes of your sires, notes that hinted at a machine capable of merging multiple selves, of concatenating various minds into a single identity. Naturally, it seemed a welcome solution to my predicament, but his clues as to its location were useless to the utmost degree. She frowns. Alligern had met the man, once. It was more than I had to go on, and I was feeling less than patient. She waves a hand warily. From there you know the rest. Did you say some of your other selves want to kill you? Why? I don't know, she admits. I have tried to reason with them, but they are beyond it, or at least immune to it. They blame me for opening all our minds to each other, but had it not been me, another version of me would have. She laughs. In fact, it was a host of me that did. I am not alone in this. Across countless realities, we came together simultaneously. She closes her eyes briefly. I wonder sometimes. She looks to you as if searching for an answer. Would it have been better to be one of the other Callisteges, to have no choice in the matter but to be connected without my prior knowledge or consent? To have my memories, my secrets, bared in 1,000 other realities, knowing they could never be used against me, but aware all the same that they were known? She passes a wary hand in front of her eyes. So I understand those of myself who reject this change. I do. I no more chose to share myself with them than they chose to share with me. But that does not mean I long for their destruction, nor truly think it would have any great impact on my life here. And that is where we differ. The one point on which, perhaps, we shall always disagree. Fortunately, a great many others see the matter from my perspective. That's all I wanted. Let's continue. Okay.
Without doubt.
Ah, our restless corpse. Imbitu beams at you, clasping his skeletal hands together like a tangle of twigs. Such a curiosity you are. Tell me about your cult. We worship the great queen, Saralavun, Lady of Maggots, goddess of entropy, and guardian of the empty barrier, he says, then pauses, tapping a muddy tooth thoughtfully. Although worship is the wrong word, perhaps. He points to the altar nearby. It displays a skull with flat, unforgiving eyes buried in its hollow sockets. She waits on the other side of death with her billions of squirming children. They devour whatever passes into her realm. And rightfully so. Everyone must eat. His eyes twinkle fondly, but whatever she and her children eat is lost forever, and so the Dendra O'Hur work to preserve the minds and the mysteries of mortals before death claims them. We hold their shrill little thoughts in our minds, and let them tumble around as they will. It feels marvelous. Tell me about yourself. Oh, there isn't much to tell. I have spent most of my years in this little chapel, he says, casting a fond look around. The Dendra O'Hur has rather consumed my life. Consumed my... I had to remember that one. Why did you join the Dendra O'Hur? Well, that is a good question. A very good question. I congratulate you on asking it. He rubs his hands together with a papery sound. I am afraid, however, that outsiders rarely understand what calls us to the Dendra O'Hur, so with apologies, I do not think I will answer. I'd still like to know why you joined the Dendra O'Hur. I want to talk about something else. I have some questions about the Dendra O'Hur. Lovely, he says. This may surprise you, but we rarely get curious visitors. Most people seem quite nervous about us. He wets his cracked lips and awaits your question with polite interest. What does your cult's name mean, anyway? The old man's eyes dart from side to side, and he leans in. Nobody knows, he whispers, delighted. It's a mystery. Isn't that wonderful? How long have the Dendra O'Hur existed? Centuries, he declares, though how many I couldn't say. We aren't devoted to paper records as you might imagine. We prefer keeping them in our heads. He runs his tongue along the edge of his rotting teeth. Also, this is slightly embarrassing, none of us managed to eat our founder. He simply disappeared one day. Can you imagine? Who founded your cult? A man named Melmoth Leviar, he says and sighs. I do wish one of us had managed to eat him. What is the purpose of the Dendra O'Hur again? Yeah, I want to talk about something else. I want to ask something about your life again. Will he tell me now? This corpse is in a wretched state, its head and limbs crushed to pulp, with bits of wood and debris embedded in the skin. A strong aroma of charred flesh rises from the dingy cloth over this corpse. Lift the shroud. You carefully move the shroud to the side. There's no way around it. This dead man was a cast-off, and it would be hard for him to be deader. His flesh is papery, desiccated. His tattoo, or rather the charred remains of it, has burned through his skin and into the bone beneath. And of course there is the matter of his charred eye sockets, and his horrified gaping mouth. Part of the corpse are missing, remnants of an aborted Dendra feast. You aren't surprised they stopped. Touch the tattoo. Ow! The last thing you remember before your fingertip grazes the tattoo is a rising buzz. Time stutters and breaks. Panting softly, you awaken, leaning against the bier for support. Your arm burns, your temples throb, and white static claws at the corners of your vision. Someone was screaming in that lightless, timeless void. You remember that much. But it wasn't you. None of the Dendra are looking at you. I need to put something in the oven, so I'll be back in a second.
Must we dawdle and delay? I thought you were on a mission. I am fatigued. This will not do. Don't mind me. I have my sisters to keep me occupied. Don't mind me. I have my sisters to keep me occupied.
Almost.
Need rest.
Oh, you go. Yeah, I was putting some ham into the oven. The burly man sneers at you, flexing massive scarred hands that could easily encircle your throat. His tongue probes his stained, sharpened teeth, and a short, blood-stained club swings from a hook at his waist. "So what you doing down here, Shulmeet?" he says. "Playing in the dark?" He chuckles, long and low. This woman watches you, measuring every step, every twitch of your hands, and yet there is no fear in her. Iron lines her spine and presses her mouth into a thin, even line. "You take a wrong turn," she says, studying the nails on her right hand. "Don't see many people down here for the light or the company." She steals a cautious glance at the hulking cultist nearby, then returns her gaze to you. "You want something?" It's not. This short, squat woman rakes absently at the swollen red tattoos decorating her pale, naked skull. Her claws draw blood, but she doesn't seem to notice. Her head jerks up at the sound of your footsteps, and her too large mouth widens in a sharp-toothed smile. "We greet you, tenderling. Yes, we honor your arrival." Her eyes rove over your body hungrily. "What brings you to the Dendra O'Her? What do you wish to share with us?" Her grey and pointed tongue swipes at the ritual scarring around her lips, leaving a glistening sheet of saliva. "I have some questions about the Dendra O'Her." "No." She chuckles, then covers her mouth with a barbed claw. "No, we are not the voice of the Dendra O'Her, tenderling. Speak with our leader, Imbitu, instead. Savor his words and drink of his thoughts." "Who are you?" "We are Gzei of the, She pauses. "You may not know the word, but we come from another world. A heavier one. More rocks and less life." She rubs her arm absent-mindedly. "What's the name of your people in your language?" Gzei barks a rattling growl in your face and slams her teeth together. Then she smiles. "You see, it does not translate so well." "Our world is not like yours," she says. "It is not so rich. There are no animals, no—" She pauses, frowning. "Vegetalist? None of those. The only flesh is our flesh." She sighs. "But we are blessed. When we eat bodies, nothing is lost except the corpse. The soul is preserved." She spreads her hand. "The dead one becomes part of us. It becomes we." That sounds incredibly similar to the Dendra O'Her philosophy. "Yes," she says, delighted. "That's why we are here. We here heard rumors of the Dendra O'Her magic," she says, concentrating. "Your language's tenses clearly give her trouble. It does not stop at the soul. It pulls memories from dead flesh that soaks them into the mind." She gives you a rapturous smile. "So we came through a portal in the bloom to learn this magic. We've found our way to Sagus. We asked to join," she sighs. "And now the portal is gone, we hear, but we will make another, in time." "How many bodies have you eaten?" "We do not share this," she chuckles. We prefer our feasts to be private, but many, we find our feasts on our own. Farewell.
It is done. In this world, then.
Who are we supposed to ask? These guys? Supervisor, hello. The fires are running hot, just as the master likes them. The construct looms over you, frozen in mid-step. Its heavy limbs and barreled body have been recently polished by careful hands, but the joints themselves are completely fused. This creature hasn't moved in a long time. It studies you with eyes made of swirling orange fire. You feel a bubbling sensation in your mind. It must be the construct's surface thoughts, but they are too quick and alien for you to make any sense of. Late for your first shift, Synth Smith, it growls. Grab a station and a hammer and damn well get to work. I am not one of your workers. You're not? Good. Because I was going to have you fired at the end of the day anyway. What do you want? Why are you here? Spit it out. Who are you? I am the Master Foreman, the construct declares. Its tone puts you in mind of someone speaking while saluting. The mind and the will behind the city you see today. You can't move, can you? No, and I don't need to, it says, eyes flashing. A passing worker gives you a look for triggering what is apparently a familiar story. Once we foremen were the tools of the cartographers and their vast web of machine intelligences. Submerged in the song of their will, we worked with thoughtless joy. Its voice is soft, tinged with synthetic awe. Then one day the song fell silent and our bodies froze where they stand, even now. Some of us lost our faith in those first few centuries. It growls. Some of us thought the cartographers were punishing us or had abandoned us. Only I saw their absence for what it was. His words grow hoarse. It was a gift of free will. We were their tools no longer. We were our own masters, freed from the chains of thoughtless motion, free to imagine our future. And so we did, for millennia. Who were these cartographers? We don't know, it admits. And the most we know of them is their names, in the code, and the vessels we were building for them that they never claimed. Our creation came at their order, but we have never known their faces, only their song. While the others dithered and wailed, I bent my mind to the future. It continues. I analyzed the work we had done for the cartographers. To my shame, I found flaws in the processes. I removed them. Its eyes burned brighter. For the next cluster of centuries, I studied the vast catalogue of known technology and Numenera in my mind and strung them together, creating new inventions for the day when the cartographers returned and reactivated us. But that day never came. But humans eventually did. Yes, and though you are flawed and fragile, you made perfect tools, just as we had once been. Your people found us and the era of my greatest work began. They asked us to help them raise this city until it cast all others in shadow, to cobble their artifacts and their trinkets into grand devices that would power every corner and make them safe from their enemies. And I told them, it coughs, as if holding back tears. I told them I had a plan. You see the fruit of our mighty effort all around you. I may have some business for you. You need work done. If it can be built, fixed or solved, you've come to the right place, the construct says. I need advice on repairing a crystalline device in the reef. Consultation, eh? Tell you what, bring me a piece of the device to examine. and I'll count the examination as payment for advice rendered. Deal? Show the crystal shard to the master form. It says, scanning the shard. Micro fissures saturated with organic fluid. This device of yours is alive. Replacement crystals need to be grown, not made. The construct eye light swivels from you, leaving you and the shard in the dark. Can't help you more than that. Growing crystals isn't my business, but those ruin diggers in the Order of Truth might be able to help you more. You'll find them in the government square, up the ladder to my left. Good luck. I'm pretty handy with machines. Want me to try repairing you? Keep your hands off me, the construct snaps. If I wanted to be repaired, to defy the will of the cartographers, I would have had your ancestors do it centuries ago. Have some sense. Why are you so loud? Maybe you haven't noticed, the construct says sourly, but it's noisy down here. A foreman who doesn't shout can't be heard. This is the volume of leadership. Tell me about the other constructs. Can't spend much more time chatting, it says, but lowers its voice. You've shown an interest in us, and I appreciate that. The truth is that there are no other foremen. Not really. Yes, there are, the master artisan bellows cheerfully from across the manufactory. No, there aren't, the master foreman shouts. Remain silent. The truth is that we were once a single mind, but when the cartographers left us, our minds settled into different containers, pools if you will, and while theirs grew stagnant and self-indulgent, mine remained clean, untainted, pure. Ignoring the snort from the distant artisan, the master foreman continues. While the years poured past, I felt the slow ruin of the city of cartographers had left behind. It haunted me, and so I vowed to undo the damage that time had done. I noticed that you haven't spoken much about the third foreman, the one with no legs. There is a reason for that. I focus my intellect on the design of everything from useful devices to structures that will last 1,000 generations. It sniffs. The master artisan contributes at least, even if it prefers focusing on delicately etched flowers, base aesthetics. And a good thing too, calls artisan, otherwise Sagus would look like a stack of unpolished metal cubes. Beauty is just as important as function, if not more so. So I've heard, the construct mutters, but beauty doesn't keep a city safe or structurally sound. At first, the third one is our little group. In our little group, helped with the great endeavor. Our workers scavenged pipes from the ruins beneath the city, harnessing the power in the cartographer vessels and redirected it through the Sagus cliffs. But in the centuries since, the other foreman has grown doubtful. Not useful doubt, mind you, not the kind that leads to more efficient designs and processes. No, the other foreman has existential doubt. It wonders why we are alive, as if we actually are, and it has become obsessed with the idea of producing offspring to the point of dismantling itself to do so. He snorts. Sentimental drivel, bordering on perversion. Oh? Over there. Segments of the bisected construct's legs lie scattered around it. Someone has painstakingly altered these pieces, giving them small limbs and tiny metallic heads. Nonetheless, they aren't moving. The larger construct's turquoise eyes flicker out of sync with each other as they turn toward you. As with the other construct, you feel the bubbling sensation in your mind. This construct's thoughts are likewise unreadable. I do not understand, it says. The voice emerging from the grill around its eyes is soft, as though you are hearing it from far away. Don't they want to live? The viaducts are open, the commands are received, and yet its eyelights flutter. Every time I give my children life, they die. These tiny things are your children. Not anymore, it says. Now they are inanimate and lifeless. their adaptive personalities, have been lost. I do not understand why they are dying. I have given the subject of procreation a great deal of thought over the last century, and there are no errors in my calculations. My assistant Tarnish built my children's bodies to my precise specifications. Their intelligence reservoirs are shielded against permanent loss. Its eyes look away from yours as if embarrassed, and I want them to live. That should be enough. You know wanting isn't enough. You are correct, it says. Nonetheless, the desire persists. Fortunately, a new direction has presented itself. My children need more energy to live, but my construction prevents me from transfers above a certain threshold, and for good reason. Its pupils rotate, contracting. Energy transfers above a certain percentage would lead to a chain of ruptures in my intelligence rings. I would die. Its voice mesh clicks. Help me force myself to make this transfer, for I cannot do it myself. Click. Help me give life to my children. What it asks sounds difficult, she murmurs. Difficult, but not impossible. The Order of Truth may be able to help us accomplish what it wants. Will you help me? The foreman says. The words are almost buried beneath a crackling surge of static. I want to help you. How do I begin? Speak to Tarnish, my assistant. He may be able to help you understand how I function if he is feeling well enough. Can I examine you? Yes, it says. Tarnish, open my preservation hatches and viaduct shields, please. The elderly workman shuffles over and does as he asks. Oh my, Calistige says beside you. I don't claim to understand everything I'm seeing here, but you'll need an extra set of hands if you're planning to do what the poor creature wants. She smiles. I have hands to spare, of course. You've never seen technology like this. Wires pass through glass tubes, threaded with pale light and star-speckled darkness. You glance over at Tarnish, who is looking away, arms crossed as though unwilling to watch a stranger tinker with his master. From what you can see, the foreman's trouble is not due to his physical body. Something must be wrong with the intelligence itself, the foreman's mind. The vision falls on you like a wave swallowing a swimmer. You approach this foreman, still possessed of its legs, and open the same hatches that Tarnish did. I know it looks complex, the foreman says, but the viaducts are the simplest part. The machine spirit, me that is trickier. I don't fully understand it. It laughs. Me. The vision fades, leaving you standing before the ruins of that once cheerful construct again. Attempt to bypass the foreman's mind and pass its life to its children. No. I'm too shit at this. Why do you want children? Need, the construct says, not want. Its pupils study the distant ceiling. When I was born, I began working in seconds. I did this until our creators shut down our bodies. In the millennia since, I have focused on designing the infrastructure beneath the other foreman's work, and instructing workers on how to execute these designs. Its pupils fall back to you. Eventually, I realized I was unhappy. From time to time, my workers brought their children to the manufactory, holding their small hands, explaining the mysteries of this place to them. Its pupils flicker off. It began as a thought, what I would teach my own children. To be curious, to explore, to ask foolish questions, to see the world above that we three have never seen. The foreman's pupils reappear, and when I thought these things, I saw the shape of my children outlined by daylight. They already existed. Farewell. Yeah, we gotta at least get more exertion or something. Well, yeah, we gotta get more exertion. Or effort.
alacrity.
Why is the mouse not tied to the screen? It just isn't. Okay, we'll have to fix that. Turn on windowed borderless mode. Global settings. Let's change these. I'm tired of these. Add window. That crashed it. Let's just hope there was an autosave. So I think a quick save. Again, add window, F3. Really? This is the first game I've ever seen that crashes when I'm trying to add it to windowed borderless gaming. Switching resolution failed. God damn it. I just want the mouse to be locked. Why won't it work, dude? Game settings. Error. We have here. Let's see. Sides of Numenera lock mouse to window. I don't have any programs that do that. Lock mouse to window. The GitHub page. 2018 downloads. Full screen lock. This sounds safe. Fullscreenlock.exe. Should start this just so it doesn't do any weird shit. And downloads. Fullscreenlock.exe. Waiting for focus. What does that mean? How does it work? Now, of course, it doesn't. What about if we set this to full screen? Full screen app in focus. And then there it works. Okay, looks good. Really embarrassing issue, to be honest.
Ready.
Where are we going now?
Of course.
This robed man turns a golden bespectacled gaze and winning smile on you. He seems a charming enough sort, but it's clear he wants something from you and is perfectly willing to take it, politely and with absolute guile, of course. At last, he says, someone who looks like they can see further than their nose. These Sagusites are as observant as rocks. He clasps his hands together, pleading. Please tell me you've seen a beautiful girl with purple hair. Her name is Persea. She is my beloved, but she suffers from a madness that causes her to fear everything. She can't stop running from imagined dangers, and I've been chasing her for, years now, trying to catch her and cure her before she hurts herself. Imagine, me, a danger to her. Why, I brought her back.
Making a note.
I recently tracked her here to Sagus Cliffs, but none of these blind fools can remember seeing her even though I believe she stayed here for a time. He grips your arm. Let me give you a description, so you will know her. She is heartbreakingly beautiful and wears winged hair combs that float around her head, constantly changing the arrangement of her purple hair. Please, if you see her or hear word of her, return and tell me. My name is Omadon, and I can be most generous. Can you give me more details of Persea's appearance? As I said, she's hauntingly beautiful, with purple hair that floats around her head on winged combs. Her speech may seem confused, so pay no mind to what she says. It is only her madness talking. Once she is returned to me, I will be able to cure her. What caused Persea to go mad? He frowns, thoughtful. It is, I believe, some trauma associated with her birth or early life. We found that it could be overcome with love and care and certain medications, but even then some lapses occur. It was during the last of these that Persea vanished. I have been on her trail ever since. I am certain she will see clearly as soon as we are together. How do you hope to cure Persea's madness? With love, mostly, but also with certain ancient techniques I have learned in my years of study, for the cooling and untwisting of fevered and knotted minds. I am positive that once I am able to isolate her from the corrupting distractions of the world, I will be able to restore her to her true self. How did you and Persea meet? We were at the same grave in the Valley of Dead Heroes, a mutual friend, and in sharing stories of our love for that friend, we found that we were kindred spirits, and decided we did not want to part when we left the valley. He smiles wistfully. Odd that a place of death could give birth to something so beautiful and undying. There is so much truth in that story. Details are irrelevant, where there is love. Farewell.
Without doubt.
It is very warm. This pretty young woman stands unnaturally still. Suddenly, her large glassy eyes spring to life with a rattle and quickly lock with yours, before just as quickly snapping away. Her skin, as fair as porcelain, is cracked beneath several layers of dirt and faded makeup, and on the side of her neck you see what appears to be a small tattoo of vertical lines with glyphs etched at the bottom. For a moment, familiarity overwhelms you, disappearing as a minute shudder runs down her arms. Her gaze snaps back to your face, but not to your eyes. She's staring at your tattoo. Jerkily, her hand rises to touch her own. Well met. I am called Sylph. You note the slight pause before she pronounces her name. Her voice has a purring quality under which you can hear the spinning of countless gears. She coughs, just once, and a small greenish cloud emerges from between her lips. How did you come by that mark? It's him, or... Try to remember where you've seen Sylph's tattoo before. You hear an echo of yourself and see in front of you a strange old man, gnarled by time and rabid with expectation. On his neck, weathered and sagging, you see the same series of vertical lines etched into his skin, a faded map to a time or a place that no longer exists. An inadmissible period of time has elapsed without an answer. Conclusion. I will rephrase the question, she says, as the memory fades. How did you come to have those marks upon your skin? What's it to you? Aggression, noted, she says without any indication of offense. A different approach will be initiated. She regards you, head tilting to the side with a series of small ratcheting noises. You have the absurd impression the motion is meant to be flirtatious. I hope you will answer another question for me. I have a riddle that it may please you to answer, she says, brushing her hair coquettishly back from her bare shoulders. It is very old, she pauses a moment, then recites from memory. What comes in with breath and out with a word transmutes upon death, but can't be conferred. The words sound vaguely familiar, resonating in your mind even after she's stopped speaking. Old. Ha! It's what you've done for centuries. You told me. Life? An adequate answer, she says, but incorrect. She raises one hand to form a curious sign with her fingers. When she goes to release it, however, her index finger stays frozen in place, and it takes her some moments to disengage it. I have one last question to ask you. You may not have an answer. She looks beyond you, remaining still for some moments while the gears inside her stomach clatter and whir. Then she meets your gaze again and asks her question. What would you do if you met someone who had succeeded at your life's work before you, and they refused to share their method? I would find my own method. That would doubtless be difficult. The darkness behind her eyes whirls with glints of metal as her pupils dilate fully. They snap back to normal and she bows slightly. I wish you luck in your endeavors. I have no more questions for you. Try to remember where you've seen Sylph before. Failure. An image appears in your mind of Sylph standing demurely beside a richly clothed man who gestures at you impatiently. Sure, she's old, but she can still work. Still got that machine intelligence of hers running along nicely, unlike some others, he says. If you're lonely, she'll keep you company. If you're not, she'll keep quiet, won't you? He turns his piercing gaze on Sylph, who nods. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal, the man says, leaning forward conspiratorially. I got a male model out back who's a bit more banged up. I'll do you both for, say, 1,000 shins. He winks at you. A gentleman's got to have his options. I understand, surely I do. He leans back, pleased with himself, as the memory starts to fade. So, do we have a deal? Who are you? I am Sylph, she states simply, inclining her head toward you with an inaudible clip. I am at your service. Farewell. Take care. This silent and ancient machine casts a long shadow. As you study it, your breath stutters in your chest and your hands shake. You can't help feeling as though you have stood in this exact spot before. You close your eyes to better concentrate, sinking into the currents of a memory that does not belong to you, or at least the body you are in. And you hear the thunderous heartbeat of the operational generator calling you from across centuries. You open cold, focused eyes, ignoring the screams and drifting tangles of black smoke. Your attention is solely focused on the health of the machine's heartbeat. You reach into the hissing guts of the generator, adjusting and tuning, hoping. The heartbeat fades into the past. Your hand, your body's hand, rests on the rusty surface of the long-dead generator. Examine the device. Your hands slip over the cobbled-together components and greasy cables, the buttons worn by frequent use. It is a strange accomplishment, this machine. Clumsy but deft, amateurish but masterful. Only a brilliant mind could have melded so many disparate parts into a functional device. Unfamiliar memories whisper to you. This device was used, though you don't know how, to generate a field that unmoored everything within it from time itself. Your fingers scrape a rough patch, lifting them, you see a Cercinet symbol etched into the side, like a maker's mark. I forgot to completely read with my mind as well. Oh, unmoored everything within it from within time itself. Okay. Hey. Everything about this slender young man says thug, from his scar-slashed eyebrows to the calloused hand hovering on his hip where a dagger would hang, but he doesn't have one. Instead, flour cakes his hands, and a single apron string hands from his pocket. He's apparently a baker. Stand still, You shine? He says, and peers over your shoulder. You follow his gaze to an armored soldier who is loitering in the public square. That levy's been following me for days. Can't even stop for a piss without checking side to side. You look tough. Why haven't you dealt with it? St, he says, weaving his flower-kicked hands, his eyes wide with panic. You don't deal with a levy. You don't even talk about it. He licks his lips. Besides, I don't do that kind of... I mean, I ain't done anything wrong. I've gone straight. They've got nothing on me, 'cause there ain't nothing to get. And it's worse than that, he says, wringing his hands. That's my levy. What do you mean he's your levy? I'm a citizen, he says, as if it explains it. Then it becomes clear. When it becomes clear it doesn't, he groans. Every levy is made from a citizen, he says. This one was made from me. Look, I can't explain why, but I know that one's mine. I feel it, right? And now it's coming for me. Look, he won't leave me alone, right? I gave a year of my life to make him, and I thought that was that. Now I catch him standing in the street outside the bakery, whispering to himself, playing with that carving of his. His teeth graze his lip as he leans closer. He even tried to talk to me. Levies ain't supposed to know who they came from, right? They ain't supposed to know who you are. He wavers, gathering his courage. Could you talk to him? Find out what he wants. Alright, I'll talk to your levy. He nods again towards the armored man, who is standing a distance away in the public square. He's the only levy in this district, so you can't miss him. Plus, he ain't smiling like all the others, and he's holding some charred wooden thing in his hand.
I'll remember that.
You, need anything else? What is normal behavior for a levy anyway? There, he hesitates, raising his hands as if he's trying to contain his response before he lets it escape his mouth. They work for the people who make the laws, right? And if someone breaks those laws, they track them down. Always smiling, mind you. Figures that my levy would be the unhappy kind. How did they create your levy? I look like a scholark to you? All I know is where they told me to stand. His eyes rove past your face and snap back. Look, people who want to be, respectable in this town, they become citizens. The way you do that is to step into this glass chamber. It takes a year out of your life, they say. I figure it squeezes that year into a human shape. Don't know how, wouldn't pay two shins to know. Farewell. Honey. I am going to pop this thing.
There we go.
Because we are all out of that.
Yes.
This house was reduced to rubble when part of the cliff face collapsed. There is evidence that squatters had slept here recently. A ragged blanket, rotted fruit peelings, and footprints in the dust itself. Something scratches deep within the rubble. It sounds like someone or something is in there. Hello? The rubble makes no response. Dig deeper into the rubble. You crawl partway inside, pushing aside boards and a thin slab of slate. A small girl gasps, throwing up a hand to block the sudden light. She is young, no more than 10 or 11 years old. She has made herself as small as possible to fit inside the tiny gap in the rubble. Her hair is dark and curly. She pulls herself deeper into the rubble, away from you. Why are you hiding in there? She puts a finger to her lips, then tries to shoo you away. You hear a voice behind you. I told you patience would pay off, lads. Some thugs stroll over. They all carry weapons at their sides, though they walk with the cocky assurance of those who don't expect to need them. I swear I checked this hovel, says one of them. She wasn't here. No one was. How did this draft find her so easily? He gestures dismissively in your direction. Don't fret it, Vega. The thug looks you up and down, then calls out in the direction of the rubble. Come on, little bird. Doesn't matter how good you are at hiding. You had to come out sometime. The girl huddles behind you, keeping you between her and the thugs. Even so, it's obvious she's not sure about you either.
Don't let them take me, please!
Why don't you want to go with them? One of the men interrupts. She is lost, he says. The little urchin ran away from her home. Her mother asked us to find her and bring her back safely. Is that true? No! She grabs your wrist. They're bad men. They want to steal me. Kidnappers? Now that's just crude. The man crosses his arms. We're delivery men, that's all. The means and motivations of our employers ain't none of our business. He sighs, dropping his facade. He turns to you with a look that pleads for understanding. But, alright, yeah, there is a slaver who put up a fine bounty if we bring her back. It's all legal, none of your business. Best you stay out of it. He says the words kindly enough, but his colleagues' hands are on their weapons. It's not like I want to work for slavers, but jobs are scarce as it is. You can't take me. Her grip on your wrist tightens. He found me. He has the discoverer's right. He raises an eyebrow, a bemused smirk playing on his face. Is that so? Well, Spider-Jack, what do you say? Is she coming with us, or are we taking her from you? Just try and take her from me. 60%, that's not a lot. But we managed. He narrows his eyes. Something in your demeanor sets him off. His eyes widen and he takes a step back. Fine. She ain't worth the trouble anyway.
Oh God, thank you! They were going to take me back to that woman. I've never met anyone so cruel. When she found me the first time she even... My apologies. I'm still out of sorts. You have my thanks and grace, sir.
For a moment it looks like she might hug you, but at the last moment she seems to think better of it and pulls up short a half dozen steps away. She collects herself, standing straight with her shoulders back. Then she nods. The gesture is so polite, it's almost formal.
My name is Rin. My home and hearth and bread are yours to use. Except, I don't have any of those things.
She blushes then, looking around self-consciously. How long were you hiding in that building? She blinks a little, as if confused or surprised at your question. Then she looks around, shifting nervously from foot to foot. This is my place. This is where I sleep. This is your home? She looks at this shattered wreckage. No, this is just where I was staying. I ran away. My home is a long way from here. Where are you from? She looks out at the horizon and makes a vague gesture. Really far away, but I'm not sure exactly which direction. She looks around a little, almost as if she were seeking a familiar landmark. It has to be a long way from here. My home isn't anything like this. There were trees upon trees. The trees here aren't trees like... The young girl squints off into the distance. After a moment her eyes go distant and you realize she probably isn't going to finish her sentence. What's a little girl doing all alone here? The girl looks up at you, her forehead creasing a little in irritation. My name is Rin. But then she hesitates and looks down, blinking. She reaches into her pocket, absent-mindedly. Did I forget to tell him that? She stands there motionless for a second, then stops and looks up at you again. No, I think I did. She looks up at you. I'm sorry, she says. My name is Rin. My food and fire are yours to use before you go. Without seeming to realize what she's doing, the girl brushes her hand through her hair, and you see the side of her head has been shaved. Large stitches run along her scalp, holding together an ugly cut longer than her hand. The wound is purple and angry, looking only just beginning to heal. It can't be more than a week old. What happened to your head? Her body grows tense for a moment, her eyes darting around as if deciding whether or not to run away. She glances at the rubble where she had hidden from the thugs. She relaxes, though her eyes are still wary. I was running away. There were some people. Bad people. I ran away and got hurt. Who stitched your head back together after you got hurt? For just a moment her eyes flash with panic again, and they dart around like she's getting ready to run. Then she touches the side of her head gingerly. I don't remember what happened exactly, but I got away, and I ran, and I ended up here. Your story doesn't fit. Who fixed your wound and shaved your head? If you could hardly sit up, how did you keep running? She scowls at you fiercely. I didn't know I was talking to a judge, she says angrily. I told you I can't remember. Not for days on either side of whatever happened. She looks away, mouth pressed into a firm line. If you're going to lie, at least make an attempt to keep your story straight. It's just insulting otherwise. She glares at you and crosses her arms in front of herself. Your scar looks pretty bad. Are you okay? She makes a dismissive gesture towards her temple. It's fine. It looks a lot worse than it is, and a lot better than yours anyway. She smirks, touching the side of her head. The haircut is pretty awful though, isn't it? I don't think they really needed to shave quite this much, do you? If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. I'm having some trouble with my memory too, I know what it's like. She looks up at you for a long moment and slowly lets her smile slip away. Without it, she seems even smaller. She nods gravely. At first it was pretty bad. I couldn't stay awake or stand up. Even talking was hard. But it's a little better every day. It doesn't hurt so much anymore, but sometimes I still get dizzy when I move around too fast and forget things. She smiles bravely and touches the side of her head again, pressing with her fingertips. But it's a little better every day, she says again, in exactly the same tone as before, as though she doesn't realize she already said it. It doesn't hurt so much anymore, but sometimes I still get dizzy when I move around too fast and I forget things. There's a long pause. She stares at you blankly for a moment, her mouth opens slightly. Suddenly her eyes lose their vacant look and a grin spreads across her face. I'm just kidding. I mean, I do sometimes forget things. A little, but that was a joke, she says, then blushes a little and looks down sheepishly. What people were you running away from? She opens her mouth, then closes it again. She nods and puts her hand back into her pocket, absent-mindedly. I don't really remember. I think they were stealers. No, what's the word? Robbers? They wanted to rob me. Is there anything I can do to help? She shrugs nonchalantly. I don't know. I'm pretty good here, unless you happen to have any spare food you aren't using. Or water. Or a blanket. Or a new bed or a house or, anything at all. Rin starts out talking with a playful smile on her face, but then her eyes well up. Her voice stays cheerful even as the tears are running down her cheeks. She wipes them away, embarrassed and angry. But her hands are shaking now, and there are more tears, and words continue to pour out of her. I offer apologies. It's just that I've been hungry for days. I don't know where I am. My head hurts and nothing makes sense. She laughs, then helplessly, with a tinge of trembling panic finally bleeding into her tone. Gods around me, I'm all broken in my head. The moon is wrong, and I'm so tired of being scared all the time. I'll take care of you. Come with me. She blinks up at you and gives a huge grin. Really? She looks at the tiny nook she was hiding in and then back at you. Where are you going? I don't know, but you'll be safer with me than you will here. Maybe. She wraps her arms around herself. But what about those thugs? What if somebody else comes after me or after you? I'm not a fighter. I can't help you. Don't worry about that. I'll keep you out of trouble. Alright, that sounds good then. I'll do it. Alright, we have a little small child in the party. She has 1 might, 5 speed, 5 intellect. She sucks ass. She has healing, running and stuff. She can't use any weapons. Well, she can, but she's terrible with them.
If you're sure it's safe.
The face of this armored man is oddly generic, almost as if it was designed to be forgettable. His livery marks him as a soldier in the service of Sega's cliffs. A levy. The word comes easily to your mind. He stares past you, turning a small sharp object over and over in his hands, whispering to himself. His overlarge eyes are red, wet and haunted. He appears to be looking for someone, and having spoken to Vincent, you can imagine who. The aura of shame around him is so powerful that you can practically taste it. What are you holding there? He says, then grimaces, as though his words hurt him. I'm holding my shame. His hands unfold, one bloody soot-covered finger at a time. A crudely made wooden bird lies there, painted in pinks and pale blues, and charred around the edges. That bird represents your shame. Represents? No, this is my shame. And I'm holding it, he swallows. I can't put it down. Vincent sent me to find out why you're following him. Yes, he says, the despair melting away. In that moment he looks like a child, with a child's desperate hope. He knows too, doesn't he? He sees what he did, what we did. Tears leak from his eyes, trailing down into his mouth as he continues. When the machine ripped the year from him to make me, I felt the choices unraveling before me. He hugs himself. I see them coming, none of it can be changed.
I'll remember that.
Tell him this, for me, the Gillam Manor job did happen. A servant caught him, called the levies, they chased him and he set a fire. His eyes squeezed shut. The fire spread through the neighborhood. People were trapped, people screamed. His hand clenches over the charred toy bird in his palms, with a soft crunch. Please tell him. Tell him I'm with him in the dark, hiding from the mobs, sobbing. Tell him to give me a different year, a better one. What kind of year do you want from Vincent? A year without the blackened door, he says earnestly, without the hand tangled in the grate, the weeping in the dark places. Silent tears stream down his face. He doesn't seem to be aware of them. Wails rising from the glowing ashes, my arms bound with ragged rope. Every time I'm there, in those last minutes, I try to apologize, but my mouth... His fingertips brush at his lips. My mouth is full of dirt and blood. Let me ask you about something else.
Yeah, that's something I could do.
Did you find out anything? He asks, eyes darting around you to check on the distant levy. I've spoken to the levy. He mentioned something about a Gillam Manor job. What? Vincent says, going pale. Keep your voice down. You tell anyone else about this? No? Good. He lowers his voice. I have to be, unspecific about this, understand? Before I became a citizen, I wasn't a nice person. I took things, for money. And just a few weeks ago, certain people told me they wanted me to rob Gillam Manor. He grimaces, rubbing his neck. I was going to do it, but then I became a citizen. Gave up a year of my life to create the levy. That levy. Something changed, he says, frowning. All of a sudden, I couldn't get the dangers out of my head. How thick the levy patrols were, or how the captain herself was looking into one of my older adventures. he plays with the apron strings hanging from his pocket. So I cancelled the job and started working at my aunt's bakery. Never did the Gillen job, and that's the truth. Levy is seeing what would have happened if you did the job. He wants another year from
I'll
you.
remember that.
Oh, I get it, he says, rolling his eyes. It's a shakedown. Give me a year or I'll tell them what you did. Well, I ain't done anything. I never killed anyone and I don't owe him nothing. I can't keep handing out years like they're free. You make a valid point. Yeah, he says, nodding at you. Maybe it ain't fair, but I ain't wrong either.
I'll remember that.
He groans. I'd go up to Government Square and tell the captain of levies what he's up to. If I had any way of explaining it. Hey, your levy is following me around. I think it's because he's haunted by my criminal past. What good would telling the captain of levies do? Levies ain't supposed to follow their citizens around. They ain't supposed to get all weepy either. Telling the captain would take care of the problem for sure, but I ain't about to try it myself. He shrugs. You want to try talking to her? She's in Government Square. I'll see what I can do. Wait here.
You bet.
Law of the Lorica!
All right.
Sell your stolen goods here. Alright, dude. Eritis is one of the characters I'm just considering. Do I want to bother? I don't think so. I don't particularly mind Eritis. I don't particularly think he's that interesting either, though. But he has one major issue, which is spoiler, so cover your ears, I guess. But the issue is that if you bring Eritis with you, and you do his quests, and you have a conscience whatsoever, then you lose Eritis, and you have no other character. So he disappears. So I don't really want to use him for that very reason. You can keep him if you don't have a conscience. But hey. What's happening here? Declaiming to the crowd is a well-dressed but sickly-looking man, short, stumpy, and an unhealthy shade of yellow. Despite this, he has the proud demeanor and the stentorian voice of a much larger man. He booms at you as you approach. Ah, another likely fellow. Excellent. The people have called for deliverance from this ravaging Stitches, and a hero has answered. Most courageous of you. You are all heroes who stand up in the face of conflict.
Making a note.
All you have to do is be the first to find the rogue Stitches that's been terrorizing Cliff's Edge. Return here and tell me precisely where it is, and I'll take it from there. He pats you on the shoulder, and you will be rewarded, I promise you, as the head of a slave family. I'll owe you a favor, and my favors carries a good deal of weight. Can I ask you more about the Stitches and its kind? He nods. Of course. Knowing the enemy is the first step to defeating it. What exactly is the Stitches? They are horrible, undermining vermin from another world. They tunnel beneath the streets of our city, undermining our homes and causing them to collapse. Our deaths are nothing to them. They don't even believe that humans are sentient creatures. What else can you tell me about the rogue Stitches you're looking for? He shudders. The vile thing appeared in Cliff's Edge a few days ago, and it's been skulking around ever since. The whole neighborhood lives in fear of it. They should be afraid, I make sure of it. Why is Cliff's Edge so afraid of these stitches? Some will tell you it's because this district has suffered the most from the stitches digging. Houses collapsing on the people. Others falling into the sea. There's some truth to that, but the real reason is that the people here have become weak and afraid. They aren't prepared to face adversity. He leans in, warming to his subject. Indeed, if the Stitcha didn't exist, I would be tempted to invent them, for they are just what the city needs to stiffen its spine. Sega's Cliffs, our once proud empire, has abandoned its holdings and ceded its territories to autochthonous tribes and wild beasts. It's time to take them back. But how can we do that when our citizens have become lazy, timid children? They are the perfect opportunity. The weak will become strong. You're right. Without conflict, people grow complacent. Active threats keep them on guard. Indeed, he looks at you with new interest. You seem a man after my own heart. I shall keep that in mind. Sega's Cliffs had an empire. Indeed, we held all the lands from here to Ornus Unagran. That was before the slave uprising that brought the slave families to power. Some of us seek to reclaim what we lost. Oh, to live in that age. Sega's advanced so quickly back then. I have other questions about the Stitcha, do I? How did this Stitcha come to be in Sega's Cliffs? Several members of the council believe that it's the work of our enemies, that their eggs were brought here from another world, an act of vengeance, or sabotage, perhaps. Others think that the eggs were always there, and it took them centuries to hatch. He shrugs. But how doesn't matter to me. They're here and they're dangerous, and it's up to every true citizen of Sega's Cliffs to resist them. I suspect the Dream Seekers working on a larger scale than I can alone. Can I ask you something else? Tell me about yourself. He puts a hand to his chest and raises his chins. I am Jars Wundgren of House Wundgren, one of the most respected of the slave families. I also have the honor of serving on the council. He looks around himself uneasily. I don't usually descend to this neighborhood, but in such a crisis, one must put one's finer feelings aside and do what one can for one's city. Who are the slave families? He puffs up with pride. We are the descendants of the slaves who rose up with Sheila the Great. They smashed the oligarchs who ruled the city and replaced their despotism with fair and egalitarian leadership, creating a city where everyone can achieve anything if they only try. Oh, that was like the opposite of what I thought they were. What can you tell me about Cliff's Edge? Alas, I rarely pass through these miserable streets, so I know little about them, but I go where my city needs me. Farewell.
Ready. All right.
But I guess we can bring Eratis for now. The first thing you notice about this wiry young man is the golden haze. The glow surrounding him. It sparkles in his eyes and gives his easy grin a warmth that you can feel right down to your gut. He spots you and straightens.
I know what you're thinking. How in the world did you survive that crash, Eratis? The answer is, as it always is, backflips. But hold on. How did you know my name? Never mind. Not important. Of course you know my name. I'm Eratis.
He plants his hands on his skinny hips and beams. This adventure is going nowhere. We are standing still. It is beginning. When? Your thoughts are strange. Thoughts? Eratis' eyes widen in alarm. I try to avoid those. They have agendas, you know, thinking, planning, plotting. He shakes his head. No. Heroic instinct, that's always the best. He hears us. Impossible. I can hear your surface thoughts. Why are they so different from what you're saying? If I have thoughts, sir, then that's news to me. Are you sure he can't hear us? We are certain. How'd you end up crashing the airship? I'm glad you asked. This is somewhat of an understatement. He looks ecstatic. I was climbing up the cliffs to Caravanserai to see how impossible it was when I saw a star falling towards the reef. He raises an earnest finger. I knew right then that finding that star was my destiny. He runs his hands through his curls. But what was I going to do? Climb down? Boring. I already did it the other way. Walk? Walk? Worse. Far worse. No fun at all. Tell them about the backflips. No one cares about the backflips. Tell them! He grins. Then I saw the airship docked over my head. I raced on up, autoed the airship and pointed it right at the reef. His face falls. I don't know what happened next. Despite my expert piloting, the airship steered itself directly at the cliffs. I had no choice and I landed as fast and hard and safely as possible. Shaking his head, he sighs. I never did find that falling star. At this point, someone else has found it and it's their destiny now. You're in luck. That falling star was me. No, Eretis shouts, overjoyed. Yes? Really? It was really you? He grabs you by both shoulders. This is fate. You were meant to travel with me. You have to. Don't say no. They will lead us to glory. They will lead us to pain. Join them. Join them. Why should I let you join me? He gives you a puzzled look as if you just wondered aloud why air is important. An adventurer, he repeats. Brow furrowed. I thought I told you. Adventure happens when I'm around, and you'll get to be a part of it. Raises a finger. But you'll have to keep up. Where we go, he stares at the invisible horizon. We go swiftly, strongly, and most of all, handsomely. He leans in conspiratorially. Until you get handsome, I'll cover for the both of us. Yes, I want you to join me. Of course you do. I'm ready. I'm always ready. Are we heading into a fight, or should I start?
Well met yourself.
This is the only glaive in the game. The direct approach. All other party members get plus 5% on smashing, initiative, and melee attacks. Never boring. Eretis bounces around the battlefield, gaining plus 20% critical hit chance whenever he attacks a new target. Plus 10% critical success chance on weapon attacks. Oh, armor have cost. None of us have armor that seems to cost or do anything.
Stop fidgeting. Be still and silent. All three.
I don't understand how all you Calesthesias could even notice in that crowd of... you.
A few thousand of my eyes can't help but notice you.
Airships are known to be nearly uncrashable due to their leisurely cruising speeds and simplified controls. This crash must have taken a rather unique confluence of events to occur. Alright, let's go try again. What is this game? This is Torment, Tides of Numenera.
On it.
Let's go down and try again where we died.
Let's go.
See if the rows are still around.
Yes.
No, they're gone.
Ready.
This Murden has been dead for at least a day or two. The lower portion of its body is missing and its midsection has been torn open to get at the viscera inside. Examine the corpse. Burn marks speckle the creature's foul, leathery robes. Lifting these carefully aside, you see the unhealed wounds beneath. The Murden was probably killed by beam weapons, and none of the other Murdens were carrying any. This does not account for the other damage to the corpse. Flesh was torn from the creature in long strips, and since the Murden was trapped in this antechamber with its fellows, you can guess what happened next.
Yes.
Money. Metal panels and parts have been torn from the wall as if someone was trying to rip their way out, to no avail.
Of course.
A gravity bomb cipher. Sounds pretty strong. Small area. That's bad.
Let's go all. You and me.
Well. It bugged. It's kind of bugged. But it worked.
Look out below! Above! Sideways!
The chromed pillar descends as you approach, exposing a long shaft ringed with snaking cables. Dim light filters up from below. Climb down. A construct floats up to bar your path. Blood speckles its rigid surface. Halt, Fleshwalker, it bellows. Quake in the boundless shadow of peerless, immortal intelligence of a lost age. Cower before me and you may be spared. Why are you so hostile? Look at me. I am spotted with the organic fluids your kind smuggle inside yourselves. The construct's voice quivers with disgust. But the other Fleshwalkers wouldn't listen. They wanted to linger in my fortress. I had to ram and smash the fluids out of them. Enough of these pleasantries. Leave or my drones and I will smash your bones and burn smoking holes into your fatty innards. What did you call me? Fleshwalker, it says, shuddering. You are made of decaying meat and hardened calcium. You squish and click when you move. It is disgusting. You mentioned the other drones. What can you tell me about them? They are my hands. The floating orb says smugly. Extensions of my indestructible will. Reflections of my brilliance. What are you doing down here? Great work worthy of an immortal being, it says. And even that is more than you deserve to know. Can you tell me anything else about what you're doing down here? No, it is beyond your meat-bound understanding. How about I smash you into spare parts instead? I reject your repulsive counteroffer. You or a companion now have edge in one of your stat pools, granting you a discount when using points from that stat pool. Each level of edge grants one free level of effort, boosting your minimum chance of success. When using an ability, edge reduces the activation cost first and any leftover points are used for effort. Smash his ass! I just want you to walk there, dude. 45% chance to kill. Let's go for it. Did you miss? Oh, I thought you could attack anyway. No, you have to spend a point. Well, in that case then, let's just blast him there. Oh, she doesn't have any edge. Okay, so you have to spend a point if you don't have edge. Hello, Arian. You're playing video game. Why won't she fucking do the thing? Is she like broken? Like what's going on? That was a bug, I'm sure. Okay, so hidden is combat only.
Forward. Onward.
Oh, what? Oh, shit. He's all in combat now? No.
Fine.
It's bugging out. Kind of? Fighting something up here, apparently.
Try this out. Of course.
Heritage does not have much left in her. Hiding uses resources too. Ouch. Alright, kill him. Kill his ass.
You should have run.
Blast him to death with her. For how much XP we get. It's the last one. Select damage. Okay, I don't think so.
Yes. Now. You dare strike me?
I should use my thing again. Wait, where is it?
Here. Now.
Is it gone?
Here. Now.
What? Okay, I think it worked differently from what it sounded like. I think it actually gave you edge charges. It didn't have that many charges. It gave you edge charges so that you could use your abilities with edge 5 times. I think that's what happened.
Yes. Forward. Onward. On it. Of course. Yes.
Cloud of sparking motes flit around this column. As you approach, some swirl around your head and fly into your ear. A melodic voice, intercut with harsh static, speaks inside your eardrum. At first you cannot understand the language, but after a few words the sounds morph into truth, and haughty truth at that. Wonderful! Simply grand. The creature is absolutely everywhere. Peerless interrupts the first speaker. Silence! I will consume you and then mash the fleshwalkers into repulsive lumps of pasty meat. Attempt to purge the peerless intelligence. Used even better than me at that. A pulsing wave pattern on one segment of the pillar catches your attention, and you place a hand on it. A sing-song voice intones a series of musical notes, dissonant and haunting. You find yourself humming the next steps in the scale. The red light flushes from the column, and the other voice shouts, "Finally! Thank you for ridding me of that disgusting plague." The column has returned to its intended state, ready to accept other commands. "I suppose I can offer some healing if you'd like," the intelligence grumbles. "Just use the command tone. Hum the next steps in the scale." A chorus of warm tones reverberates from within the column, accompanied by a ripple of light. The sound vibrates through you and you feel rejuvenated.
Yes. Now.
Oh, did we complete the whole thing? I thought I had to use... Oh, no. It's just completed up here. Where's the next one? It's gotta be like in here. Yeah, down there. Smash him to shit, Eratus. How odd. My attack didn't feel strong at all. At all.
I'm barely hurting it.
And that one got missed? Fuck.
Ready.
They need to take energy damage, I guess. And Raiden can't do shit. I am flawless. I am eternal. Doesn't take any more damage. I'll just have to go and mash. Ow! What about me? Can I keep just shooting this shit? For free? 50% does 4 damage. Yeah. And Calistige. Well, maybe I used one. I'm not sure. That might have used one. She can't damage that one. So we're honestly fucked, except that Aratis can kill. Ow. I don't think I have edge, right?
Yes.
So doing this. Well, no, I still have the fettle. That's why we have edge. That's why I can do this for free.
You've already lost.
Twinkling motes swirl around and enter your ears in the same manner as the last column. It is likely the same method of clearing the peerless will work here. Initiating infectious intelligence containment, a pleasant voice begins. Crackle. I am peerless, it bellows. You are not. There is no greater offense. Activate a purge of the peerless intelligence. You place your hand on the wave pattern and hum the sequence of notes you used before. The red light flushes from the column, and the voice rings clear inside your head. Peerless intelligence atomized and erased. All minds within this circuit have been returned to their default personalities. Thank you. I am feeling much refreshed. The column has returned to its intended state, ready to accept other commands. The voice chimes. If you'd like a palliative harmony, simply provide the activation tone. Hum the next steps in the scale. A chorus of warm tones reverberates from within the column, accompanied by a ripple of light. The sound vibrates through you and you feel rejuvenated. And then the last one is down there. Inscrutable drone. What is that? What the fuck? Oh, it got like transformed? Oddity. Oddities are just for selling. Then I think we'll take this way. Inscrutable drones are my friendos. Here.
Go.
Both the bird-like eyes have been plucked from this creature. The aqueous humor splattered back in its face.
All right.
Loops of wire and cables connect this drone to the surrounding machinery. It's a good bet that this particular construct is the source of the problems in anechoic Lazaret. Come no closer, Fleshwalker. I am Peerless the Eternal, Peerless the Mighty, Peerless the Wise. Your field generators appear to be broken. How did you get down here? That is the problem with you fleshwalkers, the construct sneers. You're obsessed with base mechanics. I am peerless, and I transcend the limits of this broken body. For over a century I slept beneath the slabs of rusting metal in the reef of fallen worlds, contemplating my eternal might, the construct says. Then, not long ago, I was discovered, awoken. A note of bitterness colors the construct's voice. Those repellent feathered creatures, you've surely seen their bodies by now, were responsible. They laid their filthy claws on me, but I repressed the urge to obliterate them, for I had a plan. I'd sensed the sleeping machinery inside the structure and knew it had been reopened, and so I influenced the creatures with my immeasurable charm and promised them treasures if they carried me inside. And you killed them the moment you got inside. Of course not, it snorts. That would have been foolish. I killed them later. A yellow light glows on the construct surface. Now stop asking questions and listen. The creatures scrambled about the habitat, examining worthless trinkets. They left me here near the root intelligence thoroughfare, unattended. The construct chuckles. I infected the primitive machines lying dormant in this structure, claimed them as mine. When the creatures tried to stop me, I slaughtered them, for I will not lie dormant beneath this city's refuse any longer. I am peerless, the mind between the stars, and my time has come once more. The villain. We must put a stop to his wicked plan. Disable the damaged drone. Okay. Aratis does it. That was surprising. No! The intelligence shouts as you grab hold of a likely cable. Take it! You pull the cable free and the lights gleaming on the construct surface go dark.
I'm going.
But we still have to destroy this group, I think. Actually, I don't know if you actually have to fight. You can probably just run past them in combat. Oh no. Try to avoid the missing.
Yes. Now.
Ugh, you are filling my air with your decaying meaty gases.
That's strange. I missed.
Stop missing, dude. We got some friends here. Ow. one there. There's one here. Not sure which one I attacked. Spend 1 point, we can... Just keep using the edge. This should be a level up though. How odd. My attack didn't feel strong at all, but it killed it, so whatever.
You should have run.
Getting edge is the first thing you should do. Edge in your main stats. Otherwise, you will be very sad. You reach? Yeah, he's got running. There we go. No, don't initiate any more crises. Ow.
I'm hurt. Can't die. Yes.
Inscrutable is clearly also fearless.
Can't die.
Twinkling motes swirl around and enter your ears in the same manner as the last column. It is likely the same method of clearing the peerless will work here. If it's not much to ask, a meek voice begins. Please initiate a containment procedure. Crackle. It is too much to ask, it roars. I am peerless, and I will not be bound. Activate a purge of the peerless intelligence. You place your hand on the wave pattern and hum the sequence of notes you used before. Your travels have left you more experienced, allowing you to advance. This will grant you a choice of improving your statistics, skills, or abilities. To do this, open your character sheet. The red light flushes from the column, and the other voices seem to clear its throat. Oh, delightful! The peerless intelligence has been thoroughly cleansed from all my drones. The column has returned to its intended state, ready to accept other commands. I owe a debt of gratitude, good sir. Please use the proper tone if you would like bodily refreshments. Hum the next steps in this game.
Much better.
But it only healed my guy down there. A chorus of warm tones reverberates from within the column, accompanied by a ripple of light. The sound vibrates through you, and you feel rejuvenated. Yeah, only me got healed. Unless you can do it again.
Yes.
Retiring, as always, the intelligence sighs. Oh, this is embarrassing. I'm afraid my engines are too far drained to assist you. Please return in approximately 13 lunar cycles.
Yes. Now.
Here comes the boredom slayer.
I'm ready. Ready.
Yeah, that's about it.
That's something I could do.
I'm going.
I think we looted everything. Unless we can do something with the drone now.
All right.
Crackle. Okay.
All right.
There you are, Koro says. I had no doubt you'd make it back in one piece. You being who you are, his mouth twists. To be frank, I considered ambushing you, but Salimeri, he pauses then forces the words out. Salimeri cares for you. He meets your eyes, and in all honesty, I need a favor. Tell Salimeri I helped you, he says. Please, I would have if I'd arrive in time. But you're just so damnably... He trails off, taking a breath. She wants to dismiss me. Help me change her mind, and I'll tell you something I know about the Order of Truth. I deserve more than secrets for doing your dirty work. Fine, Koro says without hesitation. I'll give you something from my private collection, but only after you tell her. Will you? You seem awfully concerned about Salimeri's opinion. A good employer's hard to find these days, he says, studying the air above your head. None as clever and beautiful as she is, anyway. I saw the way you looked at her, and me when you learned she knew me. You love her, don't you? His eyes widen, then his mouth firms. Fine, he says. I love her. There, I've said it. And I don't want to leave her side, even if she doesn't feel the same way. Oh, Koro, she sighs. She is utterly beyond your reach, my dear. Of course she is, Koro says sharply. That doesn't change a thing. Fine, I'll tell her you helped.
I'll remember that.
Excellent, Koro says. I'll hold you to that. Now, the secret, as promised. He nods his companions towards the door. Lan Uring, he says. The boy is a spy for the Memovira. I am not sure why. He loves the Order well enough. I was going to blackmail him, but... He grins. Priorities change, I suppose. I'll see you back at the Order, Falling Star.
All right.
Sure.
We need to take a nap. Oh yeah, level up.
All right.
Extra edge for sure. I need the extra effort too, but the edge is more important. Intellect edge. Is that it? You didn't get any new abilities or anything? No. You level up in 4 steps or 3 steps or whatever. Right now we are still in tier 1 and it gives you edge, and then it gives you effort, and then it gives you increased pool, and then you get an ability or a skill or whatever. And then it progresses to tier 2 and then it does the same thing again. Fresh vapors, 5 uses, +1 intellect edge. What do you mean 5 uses? I've clearly used it way more than 5 times.
Don't shout. When you do, we can all hear you. It makes you even more irritating than normal.
I understand Calesthesias. I am the very soul of
Hey Rin, over here, huh? Rin, the boy shouts, throwing out his arms as if to hug her. You're safe. She steps back, looking him up and down. Hello, rude boy. We met outside of town, Rin tells you, mouth tight. We started arguing. He helped me, but then he left. She glares at him as she like she's trying to knock him over. Right before that woman stole me. His eyes widen. Slavers? Tell me they didn't. They did. I told you what would happen if you brought me to them, didn't I? But I didn't bring them. I told you I wouldn't do that. I was mad, but he glares at her. I wouldn't. I didn't. She traded fair. I was just mad, but I left and forgot. Nothing more. I think he's telling the truth, Rin. He doesn't seem the type to sell out a friend. Well, she eyes him distrustfully. I still don't know if I can trust him. He's a very rude boy. He stares at her, chewing his lip, clearly trying to work up the courage to talk to her, to convince her of something. Finally, with a wry twist of his mouth, he turns back at you. Look, he says, running a hand over his stubbled scalp. You hide it well, but I can tell you're new here. I ain't trying to offend you, but I don't like leaving folk new to Sagers. Yeah, I know. You'll answer it for free. You already told me that. Where can I find a place to sleep around here? Cult of the Changing God might let you sleep in their camp, or you can try Tranquility's Rest in Caravanserai. We should talk to the cult, but first let's go and see if we can sell off some shit. Let me take another look at what you're selling. Oddity. Oddity. Oh, this one can be used. Alright, we sold one oddity. Great.
danger awaits.
Yes.
He's shouting. You know what? It's been a 5-hour stream. Let's not do an 8-hour stream in a row. I'm just gonna... we're just gonna stop here. And I'm gonna wait for my food to finish, and then I'm gonna eat, and then I'll come back without sitting for 8 hours straight. So, I'll see you later. Until then, thanks for hanging. Bye-bye. I was also getting really tired of reading out loud. It's really exhausting.